Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. As always, my name is Shogun Shin and you are the audience, and it is Friday? Today's Friday, right? Yeah, today's Friday. We have made it to another end of the week and it is December 24th. Happy holidays, everybody. I am actually, my family is celebrating Christmas tomorrow on Christmas. And so tonight I'm kicking it back, relaxing. We're gonna be playing some more Final Fantasy 14. Yesterday I took care of all of the Disciple of Land role quests, which is Fisher and then Miner and / Botanist. Those are together. And today we are going to be doing the Disciple of the Hand role quest, which is basically all the crafters. We have 3 arcs to go through. I have everything leveled up accordingly. I should be able, my goldsmith level, I'm gonna do my goldsmith for one of them, and the levels that I get from crafting and turning the quest in should put me to 90 very easily. If not, I already have other stuff to 90, so it's really not that big of a deal. But we're gonna knock all of these out tonight, and that's how we are gonna do stuff. Alright, so let's get on to it. Alright, Professor Varusha's new friend. Bork is in a spot of bother. Dear me, whatever am I to do? I tried to think how the professor would react if I turned without a... Oh, sorry, you startled me. I don't suppose you would happen to be a craftswoman, would you? Well, I craft things from time to time. Brilliant! Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bork, and I am under the employ of a professor at the studium. Professor Varusha, to be precise. She works in the field of archaeology and is deeply invested in the restoration of relics. I have been tasked with finding someone capable of helping with her most recent project. Needless to say, I first asked our colleagues at the studium itself for their aid, but I was told in no uncertain terms that our so-called relic was mere refuse. Frankly, between the two of us, to my untrained eye, it appears to be a little more than a shabby ornament or a child's toy. The professor, meanwhile, is convinced that it is unique and of great value. So, and far be it from me to question her. Few archaeologists have had as much success as she, but I digress. Would you be willing to at least meet with the professor and hear more about our work? As long as I am compensated for my time. Professor Varusha. Professor Varusha. Why does that name sound familiar? Was she the one from... Was she the one that was in Sunken Temple of Karn? Was that her? Sunken Temple of Karnhard. What's the, That's between order now thought, blah 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 blah. Maybe I'm just imagining it. What was Sunken Temple normal? Blah 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 blah. I'm just reading the in-game description. The sultans from blah 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 blah. Okay. So are you willing to meet her then? Excellent. Thank you so much. She ought to be somewhere here in the studio. I don't imagine it will take long to find her. What is... Hold on, let me look at... Because again, it sounds like I've... Let me see here. Sunken Temple of Karn's in Thanalan. Think about it. No. No, just Honor Before Death, Corpse Room, not that one, no, that's Saucer, no. Alright, Braving New Deaths, let's see here. Now Dragon Fortune, the orphans are recruiting adventures, explore something, Karn, travel to interest, see the people move, steal yourself. Okay, so that's regular Sunken Temple of Karn. Where is the other one. It would have been a level 50 quest. I know that much. Blue frog. Trying to think of what it is. It's probably not, but because now I'm thinking about it and I'm like, do I know that name? I don't know. All right, the quest was called The Wrath of Card. Really? According to the Craggy Highlight, this is here. Okay, so it's not. I'm thinking of Cisaruka, yeah, or Popokuli, because I guess those are the two Lalafell people that were involved in Karn. Okay, so it's not Varusha. Alright, never mind. JK, never mind. False alarm. I don't know why Varusha sounds familiar. Maybe it's just because all Lalafell names just kind of sound the same. To me, I just sort of, they're all just sort of the same now. Like, eh. Also, okay, so this is where, our crafting jobs are gonna be. I see. Okay. She's not here. Oh, there she is. It's like, she's not here, so I'm not entirely sure. Oh, why, hello there. Terribly sorry, but I'm rather busy at the moment. Can you wait until later? Perhaps you wouldn't be so busy if you weren't wasting time on what is clearly a little more than rubbish. You do realize there are limits to our fundings and facilities, don't you? The faculty cannot afford to waste time on projects that show little to no merit. Honestly, I think you're overreacting, Professor. I have a very good feeling about this relic, you know. Feeling? Feeling? I was not aware we had decided to rely on feelings over common sense now. If I were you two, I'd spend my time on anything other than helping this crazed crone with our work. Ouch. That was kind of harsh. Sorry about that. You must be wondering what you've walked into. It seems Professor Nemono is having a rather bad day. Wait a minute. You wouldn't have to be an artisan, would you? She is indeed, Professor. What's more, she's kindly agreed to hear more about our work, which is why I brought, Hello. Come to think of it, I don't think I ever asked for your name. It's Sho. Hello. Hi. Hello. Well, Sho, thank you for coming all this way to talk to an excitable old lady. I am Varusha, a humble professor of archaeology. You've doubtless heard from Bork that we are attempting to restore a relic of sorts. I suppose it then falls upon me to explain our situation in a little more detail. But first, let us first make our way to the workshop. It would be much easier to explain things to you there. The work that presently occupies my time is the restoration of this peculiar piscine-faced relic. Its design called to mind the stories of Saint Diada, which is why I have taken to calling it the Golden Diada in her honor. Ah, it's a fish. It was brought to us by one of our gleaners. From what I understand, the excavation whence they found it was an independent venture, and considering its otherwise lackluster appearance, those of a similar mind to Professor Nemono have been quick to write it off as rubbish. However, I believe it to be a type of mammoth. Cool. I do not wish to sound impudent, Professor, but do you truly think that thing could be a mammoth? To my eyes, it looks like an ornament designed to resemble a bird or a fish. Next, you'll be saying you can take to the skies like an airship. For all we know, it might well do that. And yes, I'm quite certain the golden Diada is a mammoth. It doesn't look much like your standard Uldan mammoth, I'll grant you that, but its innards are no less complex. We just need to get it fixed and it's bound to start moving. I know it. What's more, I've got a special feeling about this one. Something tells me it possesses special abilities. Ah, another one of your special feelings. Wonderful. In any case, this is where I need your help, Sho. The relic might not seem in a bad state, from its outer appearance, but its insides are a mess. There appears to be a little that can be salvaged, so it will be your duty to create replica parts that match all the broken ones housed within. I would be forever grateful to you should you decide to help us. I'm just champing at the bit to find what secrets lurking within this little old thing. Wonderful! I knew I could count on you the moment you arrived. You've made an old woman very happy, Sho. Oh, you know, 'tis the season and all that. Now, let's get down to business. I'd like you to begin by working on its exterior. Though I see no signs of erosion, something possibly one of the dislodged parts has done considerable damage to its insides. But it won't do to work on the interior and its complex parts without first ensuring the shell housing them is sound. That said, I've no doubt you'll need to prepare a few things before you get to work. Let me know when you feel ready to get started. The Faculty of Archaeology. Alright. So we've done, what? Etherology, anthropology, now archaeology. Neat. The Dormant Diada. Varusha is raring to get started. Ooh, we get crystals. Nice. Hello again, Sho. Are you ready to begin? I guess that makes sense because I don't need cordials for CP. Wonderful to hear. I'd like you to start by crafting gold plating. You needn't worry about fitting it to the relic, though. I will handle that. Alright. Easy enough. So, gold plating collectible. Okay. So, I need to be looking at... what's it on? Story? Studio deliveries, here we go. Alright, so, I need Dwarven Mithril Nuggets, Deep Gold Nuggets, and Dwarven Mithril Ingots. Okay. Alright, that's easy enough to go get. I need 6 of them, so 6 Mithril Ingots, 6 Nuggets, 12 Deep Gold Nuggets. And the awkward thing about crafting is that, like, sure, I could just go get the stuff myself, but that takes a lot of time. So the alternative is to just buy it off the market board. The nice thing, though, the consolation, though, to market board is that any excess materials that I end up buying, I can just resell. So, deep. We needed 12 of these. So 10, 11. Those are expensive. Wow, that's expensive. Dwarven Mithril Ingot. We needed 6 of these. And 6 of these. 2, 3, 4, 6. There you go. Thing is, I can just buy exactly what I need. Alright. Let's get to work. The nice thing is, it's very easy. Like, again, grab all you gotta do for crafters, get the stuff, make, and then make the thing. Easy. Super, super simple. Wow, they actually give me durability of 80. They give me so many turns. still go through my regular, like, this is like my generic crafting rotation that a friend of mine gave me. And so far, it's worked really well. It's worked out pretty well so far. Just 3 more. That works out. I didn't need it. There we go. Okay. All done. And look at that. We even use all our materials. Perfect. Easy. Oh, I was about to go to the harbor because I'm so used to going to the back, making something, and then going to the harbor to turn my leave quest in for leveling. Ah, forced habit. So that gave me... Nice. That actually... Wow, I got over 600,000 experience just for making these things. That's awesome. All right, here's your plating, ma'am. There you go. And then I'll get a bonus. I'll even get a bonus. 1, 2, 3. 3 million right there. Easy. Ooh, nice. Great work. I can see you're a fine craftswoman indeed. Thank the gods for sending you our way. Truly splendid work. Our little friend is looking much better already. Oh, it feels like I'm watching my own child grow up. That you are here to help means more than you know. I'm glad to see you in such high spirits, Professor. Truly, I am. But is it really wise for us to use the entirety of our remaining budget on this project? Oh, Borg, lighten up. Have I ever steered you wrong in the past? Well, I suppose not. Even so, you must forgive me if I feel uneasy seeing our coffers so thoroughly emptied. Better that the money is used than left to gather dust, I say. Waste not, Boric. While I do agree that being miserly serves little purpose, the opposite extreme may not be the best approach. Well, there's no need for you to fret, Sho. I have set aside more than enough scripts to see you duly compensated for your efforts. Oh, that's good. Thank goodness for that. But enough talk of boring old financial matters. I believe it is time for us to start work on our little friend's insides. However, know that this will be an altogether more difficult process than reinforcing its exterior. Let me know when you feel up to the task. Rookie relic restored. Right, gears of gold. Varusha has noticed components are missing from the relic. Why, hello there. Oh, thank God you're here. I was so worried you might not return that I couldn't focus on my work. Okay, I'm sorry. Honestly, Boric, show a little faith. Sho doesn't strike me as someone who'd go back on her word. You don't know. My apologies, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that we've been turned down by so many others. As you've probably worked out by now, Boric has a penchant to worry far more than he has any right to. Please don't take anything he says too seriously. But that's enough for now. It's time we got back to discussing our little friend's woes. This time, I would ask you to craft minuscule cogs made of gold. While examining the insides of the relic, I discovered that it was missing some, which seems to have caused all the damage we've observed. Whatever you make will need to be tough as a curl. Are you up to the task? Sounds like hard work, but like, I could do it, yeah. Oh, it's great to know I can always count on you, Sho. Best of luck. Okay. Interesting that we're making gears of gold and they need to be tough, because that's not usually what, you know, it's not the metal that you use to make gears, you know? Gold is not the sturdiest metal in the world, I'll be honest. Like, gold is definitely not the sturdiest metal. I'm up on scripts. I need to use them. I don't know what to get. So I'll get these crafter plaques that allow me to specialize into a job. Eventually. Step back. Alright. What did we need? Gold cogs. Okay. So 6 hydurium, 6 pewter, 12 stone gold. Let me actually just lock this so that way I can just see what I need. That is not what I needed. Because I don't wanna make, I'm not gonna make everything. There's no reason to. 6 hydurium, 6 pewter, 12 stone gold. Don't I have? Wait, hold on. I might be able to just make the hydurium. Low key. Because, like, wait a minute. I have hydurium ore, so I can just make the hydurium myself. Hold on. Hold up. Like, wait a second. Because I was leveling crafters last night, and I'm like, wait a second. Didn't I just make hydurium ingots, like, last night? I did. I did. Alright, I just need to, we'll just make 6 of them real quick. This serves out so I can level my armor too, so that works out too. Okay. And then what else did I need? 6 pewter, 12 stone golds. 6 pewter. I don't think I have the materials for pewter. I definitely don't have the materials for stone gold. PWT. That's how you spell pewter. Pewter. Yeah, I don't have any pewter ore. I don't have stone gold. Okay. So we just buy those. Pewter. I have more than enough money, so I really don't care. Alright. Alright, let's get to work. This, a little bit of that, some of these. controller is malfunctioning. Because my double pull isn't, like, triggering immediately. Or, like, it's kind of delayed a little bit. Double pull to get to my other hot button. It's not triggering. That's mildly concerning. I might need to switch to my Xbox controller instead. Which sucks because I like using my Steam controller a lot. I bought the right materials, right? At first, for a split second, I thought I bought the wrong amount, and I'm like, wait. Cool. Studium. Okay. What was the minimum? 140 and then 290? Wow. Okay. Okay. Oh. Thank you for the 4 million. Alright, solid work as always. Look at the detail too. It's obvious you stand head and shoulders above your peers. The cogs were a perfect fit. Now, I would be even happier if she decided to move for us. Ooh. The golden Diada flinched ever so slightly. However, it soon returned to its former static state. It appears you still have work to do. Boric, oh no. Oh, well done, little one. We'll have you moving properly in no time. Don't worry. Well done. It merely flopped on the table like a dead fish. This is hardly cause for celebration. I'm growing increasingly worried that this will all come to nothing and your reputation will end up in tatters. Oh, calm down, Boric. Lest you forget, the relic was found buried with the body of what appeared to be a mage, possibly of some repute. Their tomb also contained a range of tools used by those highly skilled in the arcane arts. I'm positive that this mammoth possesses great power. Well, if we're discussing what it could be, I would say it could just as easily be a trinket or charm they kept in their person. And let's not forget the shady stories we heard about the gleaner who sold it to you in the first place. How are we meant to trust someone with a track record of peddling counterfeit wares? Boric, how many times have I told you not to hold others' past against them? Everyone is capable of change, and I for one remain convinced that this relic is worthy of study. It is true that a gleaner's livelihood depends on their ability to discern what is a forgery and what is the genuine article, but no one is without error, not even me. If our little friend here does turn out to be a fake, it simply means I've made one such error. Nothing more, nothing less, although I don't believe for a moment that I have done so. After all, who will believe me if I don't believe in myself? That's not to say I think myself infallible, mind you. Putting that aside for a moment, I shall examine our friend here and see if I can determine what problems yet remain. When next you have time to spare, pray seek us out, and we will sit about making further repairs. Reasonable. Relic restored. So I just need 6 million more for hit 90. Nice. So lovely to see you again. I do hope you've been looking after yourself. On more than one occasion, my students have fallen ill due to neglecting their health, you know. I wouldn't want you to go the same way. Goodness, listen to me prattling on like some worried old mother. Well, I may not be your mother, but the rest still stands. I am old, and I do worry about you. But never mind me. You're obviously in good health and spirits both. Now, while you were away, I took a closer look at the golden Diana to determine what other parts may be faulty. The problem, it seems, is either the mammoth's core or the mechanism controlling motor function. I've examined the core, and it appears to be made from exceedingly rare minerals. I could find no gleaners willing or able to procure them, but I did manage to strike a deal with a merchant in the harbor. It will take time for the materials to be delivered, however. Until they arrive, I propose we start with another rather important piece of our mammoth puzzle. Your task is to craft the motor components required to support proper movement. This is far more complex than anything we asked of you thus far. I sincerely hope nothing goes wrong. There's been so much to worry over of late, I fear there is insufficient time in the day to consider it all. The thought of overlooked troubles keeps me from sleep, and before I realize it, another day arises with a new set of problems. Goodness, Boric, that won't do it all. Well, I suppose that's one more reason for you to do your best with this. I'm sure that would put Boric's mind at ease. Okay. Alright. So, gold motor components. Bismuth ingot and whatever. I think I have bismuth materials, I think. Hold on, I didn't even look to see how much I need. How many did I need? 12 bismuths, 6 Phyrexian golds. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I still have them. Oh, I only have enough to make 4, really? Oh. Well, I can at least make some. I'll go and buy some more bismuth ore, just because since I already had the materials, I might as well just keep buying the rest of it. And then the Phyrexian gold, I'll just buy that. That's fine. I have to think about. I needed 12. Bismuth takes. PHRY. Three. So we already have 4, so I need to make 8. I would spend the time, because I mean my armor is at level 80. I would spend the time to, you know, actually make them high quality, because you get more experience for making high quality, but that's a lot of work, and it's like I'm gonna have to grind anyways later on. Whatever, it's fine. There you go. Okay, there's that. Okay. Let's make those gold motor components. That's 4. Excellent. All done. Okay, I keep wanting to go to Scholar's Harbor. I keep wanting to go to the harbor. Because I keep thinking this is a leave quest. Okay. 320, boom. 402s, baby. Oh shit, hold on. Hold on, I gotta spend these my scripts. So I'm about to cap out. Script exchange over here. table scripts for these. Okay. Alright, so from now on, I'm just gonna start buying materia, honestly. Because even if I don't need it, I can either transmute it to for the chance of better material, or I could just sell it on the market board. Crafting and gathering material go pretty high. Okay. Oh. Ooh, 200,000 off. Pain. Pain. Oh, sad times. It's okay. She's looking a lot better with that new part in place. We've still no replacement for her core, but let us see if she is at least capable of rudimentary functions. There you go. The golden diadem moves a little more than before. You suspect it will be good as new once you replace its core. I love how sad, like, just worried Boric is. Poor Boric. We're making progress. It may be slow, but we're definitely heading in the right direction. All that remains is to fashion a new core. I thought I told you to cease this ridiculous work of yours. To think the studium's resources are being wasted on such nonsense while my efforts to decipher ancient languages go largely ignored. You there, clumsy assistant. How have you not yet convinced her to stop this blunder of a project? You should understand better than anyone her colleagues' misgivings for this outlandish behavior. Well, I can see it. I do not share the professor's optimism for the potential of that thing, but so long as I am her assistant, I will continue to support her in whatever way I can. Word has it, Key Aliopo thinks rather highly of you. For her to sing such praises, you must be an artisan of remarkable skill. Yet for all your talent, it seems you still have much to learn about what work you should and shouldn't accept. Your gifts will go to waste if you keep humoring this old bag. Wow, that is rude. I couldn't pass up such a lucrative venture. Honestly, what a merry bunch of fools you are. Do not think you can continue wasting studio resources forever? Well, someone's upset. Is it just me, or did he seem to be in a rather good mood today? What, does he normally sling more insults? Well, hopefully that wasn't too distressing for you, Sho. We simply need to keep at it. I'm certain our Mehmet friend will stir to life as soon as we get her a new core. As always, your help will be indispensable. Rather good. Huh, rather good. Nice. Boric's choice. Varusha has something to ask of you. Welcome back, Sho. So wonderful to see you again. I'm 32k away from hitting 90. God damn it. We just received word our delivery of core materials has come into port. Boric was just leaving to go and fetch them. But now that you're here, might I ask you to accompany him? I would be certain of the quality of these goods, and I trust your discerning artisan's eye. Fantastic. Well, hurry along, you two. Let's be on our way then. The merchant said she would be waiting for us in Scholar's Harbor. Journey's end. It's close enough. No, it's not. I thought Journey's End was the same as the last stand. It's not. Hello, hello! How are you this fine day? You're both from the studium, yes? Why, yes, we are actually. We've been sent by Professor Varusha for... Ah, so you'd be here for the minerals then. Have a gander at them and let me know if they meet your approval. Well, they seem to be what we asked for. Any thoughts? They're rocks. Oh, that's great to hear. What a relief. Pleasure doing business with you. Do you have the tome I recently ordered from the studio? The order was placed under Namono Tayamono. Ah, Professor Namono. Always a pleasure. Of course I do. There it is. I hope it's to your liking. Yes, it isn't. This is indeed what I requested you require. Though I must say its contents appear to be somewhat lacking. Dear me, do you wish to return it then? No, you did your job and deserve to be compensated accordingly. Thank you kindly. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Here, perhaps with this you will learn something about what constitutes worthwhile research. If it piques your interest, then feel free to visit me in my office. I will gladly welcome someone as determined as you to join my staff. We could do with another pair of hands. Wow. What's the word I'm looking for? Did he just like... Did he just try to snipe her assistant? A compendium of linguistic research. I fear its contents are beyond me. Archaeology has always been my preferred field of study. However, my marks in school often left much to be desired. To even call me a second-rate researcher would be flattery. But that mattered little to Professor Varusha. She took me under her wing in spite of my shortcomings, and my performance greatly improved thanks to her tutelage. So much so, I was offered a position working at St. Coinox Find after graduation, but I couldn't accept it. I owe a great debt to the professor for all she has done for me. So long as she has need, I will remain at her side. Alas, I don't feel I've been much help to her of late. Perhaps it would be for the best if I took on a few odd jobs for Professor Namono. At least then I would be contributing to the field in some way, however insignificant it may be. But then Professor Varusha would be all on her own. You would leave your academic grandmother, Boric? Oh, you are right. This is not a decision to be made lightly. Apologies for my jabbering. You did not come all this way to hear my lamentations. Come, let us return to the professor. Yeah, Boric, you can't leave your academic grandma. That's fucked up, man. Welcome back, you two. Everything went well, I take it? Good to hear. Thanks again for lending us that discerning eye of yours. I say, Boric, what is that tome you have there? Oh, this? Oh, well, we happened to run into Professor Namono when we met at the merchant, and the tome he ordered seemed to underwhelm him, so he shoved it into my hands. He also asked if I might consider working for him. Look at you, getting scouted by other professors. You're coming up in the world, Boric. Alas, he only wanted me to help out with odd jobs. I could never hope to aid anyone in deciphering ancient languages, as you well know. I do wish he wouldn't put himself down like this. He contributes more than his fair share to my work, at the very least. But let us set that aside for now. The time has come for you to get to work on the core. If you should have need of additional materials, Boric will provide. All right. Gold core. I like these quests that just automatically supply me with my materials. That way I don't have to buy them. Oh, I didn't even realize the gold core had to be high quality. I didn't even notice. I just did it out of habit. We're so close. Let me know once you finish making that core. Here you go. 1 gold core. Well, that was nerve-wracking work, but I've successfully replaced the old core with your new one. Now we need but pray that it works. Oh. For the briefest of moments, the golden Diada took flight. Unfortunately, it immediately falls to the table. A rattling sound can be heard coming from within. Well, what do you know? It really can fly like an airship. I can hardly believe my eyes. Are you certain it is not elegant in origin? I can think of no other ancient civilization capable of fashioning such a mammoth. Strange, though, that it continues to function poorly despite replacing all of its parts. Which leaves us with what it is now essentially a prohibitively expensive ornament. I'll grant you our results thus far are somewhat less than satisfactory, but this is not the cause for panic. Archaeology is at its most interesting when you come up against a hurdle like this. Don't you just love being challenged to solve a good mystery? Well, only time will tell if the golden Diada is truly a mammoth or simply someone's old plaything. But I can never forgive myself were I to move on to another project without first uncovering all of our friends' secrets. Just think back to the state we found it in, and yet it's now capable of flight, for goodness sake. We've made incredible progress. That said, the rattling noise just now does have me worried. Perhaps I made a mistake somewhere when inserting the new parts. We'll need to dismantle it once more and see if we can't deduce what went wrong. Until then, I bid you get some rest. I will let you know the very moment we have finished. Heyo! A friend in need. All is not well with Varusha. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. I was just mulling something over. I dismantled the golden Diada after you left, and even tried oiling all of its parts with lubricants graciously lent to me by the Faculty of Alchemy. But after reassembling it, nothing has changed. That said, I did make one new discovery. I found the small part within its mouth. It seems to be an artificial voice box of sorts. That this piece should have anything to do with its malfunctioning is highly unlikely, but it is damaged. I thought it may be worth replacing. What do you think? It'd be nice if it said something. Is this gonna be like those talking fish wall things? Oh no. Wait, you think the golden Diada may be capable of speech? Huh, a novel idea. Well, she is capable of flight. It would not surprise me if she could talk as well. Perhaps then we could ask what ails her. Could I trouble you to make a gold mechanical voice box for our friend? Just imagine what interesting things she might share with us. Would you have me make 6 voice boxes? Because that seems excessive. You would... Okay. You would have me make 6 gold voice boxes. Alright, whatever. Alright, whatever. You're the one that's paying me, lady. Chondrite. Definitely don't have that. Star Quartz. And then more Phyrexian gold. Okay. Yeah, definitely not any of those. I think I just sold my Star Quartzes, actually. I know I had some last night. I think I sold them. F, damn it. Let me see if my retainers still have them. If my retainers still have the Star Quartz, that'll at least help me out a little bit. But I'm fairly certain I sold. Oh yeah, they definitely sold it. Yeah. Yep. Damn. Those prices real quick. Okay, so 6 Chondrites, 6 Star Quartz, 12 Phyrexians. chondrite, black one, chondrite. So 30, I would need 30 chondrites. 6,000. 17,000. That's 15K. It's still cheaper to do it this way. Okay, that's fine. 12 of these, right? Ah, perfect. 12 right there. Cool. Alright. Don't know why Varusha needs me to deliver 6 mechanical voice boxes. It seems a little excessive, I'll be honest. Like that's pretty excessive. A small little fish thing does not need 6 voice boxes. Really? Well, that's not good. Well, that's not good. I was just about to say, the problem with buying the exact amount is that I can't fuck up anything. If I do, then we're gonna have a big problem. Let's do this. Looks like that'll get us there. That sucks. I'll keep making these, but I'm going to be right back, actually. Okay. Batch crafted. Damn it. I'm upset that I messed up that other craft. Alright, so now I gotta buy a single of everything, which makes it really difficult. Okay. At least make some of my money back. Okay. Playing. It sounds familiar, but I can't tell what it is. I can't tell what the part's playing. Okay. Okay. Scripts. F, I gotta spend my scripts. No, we're gonna do material. Okay. Right. Oh, thank you. Exquisite as always. We'll have her talking in no time with a voice box like this. Again, I don't know why I needed to turn in 6 of them. Seems a little excessive. But okay. Alright, let's see if she speaks. The Golden Diada says something. However, you haven't the foggiest idea what it's trying to tell you. She speaks. I knew it. Did I truly just hear that now? Oh, Professor, this could be the discovery of a lifetime. That said, while it definitely made a noise, it sounded more like a song than speech to me. Still wasting time on your little pet, I see. Ah, Professor Namato, perfect timing. If you could spare a moment, we have need of your keen insight. I beg your pardon? Did I do something to suggest I wish to waste my time alongside you? Don't tell me you've actually made progress. All thanks to show, yes. In fact, our recent discovery falls within your realm of expertise. Well, I say discovery, but it is more of a clue that may lead to one. A clue? Oh, well, that's very impressive given all the time you've already wasted on this lark. Honestly, are you even listening to yourself? Regardless, I did not come here to discuss your latest failings as a researcher. Allow me to be brief. In light of you wasting our research funding, I've asked the studium to consider if your continued employment is worth of to anyone here aside from yourself. Just look at how stressed your assistant is. He's so unamused. Fred Nightborg, I promise to look after you once Professor Varusha is removed from her position. Of course, in return, I expect you to sign my petition to proceed with this inquiry. What? Well, that didn't go to plan, did it? Concerning the linguistic nature of our problem, I was hoping Professor Nemono might be willing to assist us. If only I had spoken up sooner, perhaps it would not have come to this. Forgive me, Professor, but the day has given me much to consider, if you'll excuse me. I never realized he was under such stress. Is it wise to leave him by himself? There are certain matters we must work out for ourselves. I have faith he will make the right decision for himself, whatever that may be. But come, he would not wish for our work to remain at a halt on his return. We must consider our next course of action. Top drawer relic restorer. Alright. Wayback Machine. Varusha is in need of your sage advice. Ah, so fortuitous timing as ever. As you can see, Boric has yet to return to the workshop. To be honest, it has been somewhat lonely here without him. For mercy, I have managed to make progress with the Golden Diada by way of a rather curious discovery. Initially, I thought to leave her be, fearful of damaging the parts you've labored so hard to provide. But then, curiosity got the better of me. I dismantled her yet again, but this time I discovered a black stone inside, a connector of some sort, coiled all about it. Any ideas what it might be? Wait, is that, are you sure that elegant tombstone didn't drop from my pocket? Wait, really? There's a tombstone in the thing? No way. Ah, an elegant tombstone, you say? It doesn't have the customary patterns of a tombstone, but the texture is certainly similar. Based on what we found here, where we found her, I very much doubt our friend here was created by the 3rd Astral Era. No, the 5th Astral Era is much more likely, perhaps even the beginning of the 6th. It is entirely possible that people of that age, after unearthing Allegan relics, repurposed the technology, or perhaps they merely drew inspiration from Allegan designs in their work. If this was meant to store records, which I believe it does, I would have expected it to serve as their core, much like the mammoths of Ul'dah. However, the Golden Diada's core has an altogether different function, which is why I suspect the stone and whatever knowledge is stored within is meant to supplement the core, hence the connector I found wrapped around it. Tell me, little one, just what secrets are you hiding? Sho, would you be able to fashion a new connector for her? The one I found attached to the stone is clearly not working as intended. Honestly, what would I do without you? Let's not waste any time then. We must finish our work before Professor Nemono convinces the studium to hold that inquiry. Oh, Jesus. This may very well be the last request I ask you, so please, any materials you require, but ask and I will see to the rest. Oh, sweet. Oh, well that's nice. Alright. Get to work right away. Pray make that gold connector as quickly as possible. Excellent, the connector is in place. Now we need but insert the stone and see how she responds. Professor Varusha! Alright, so good to see you. If you come to apologize, don't. You're here now and that's all that matters. No, that's not it. I mean, yes, I am sorry for being away for so long, but... I came to apologize, Professor. I signed the petition for your inquiry. The betrayal! Your research is leading you nowhere, Professor, and I thought it better for you to resign than tarnish your legacy with this vital project. So I signed the petition, and now Professor Nemono has the signatures he needs to submit his petition. It was only after I signed that I realized my mistake. If that relic holds secrets of a bygone era, it is our duty to find them. But now we may never have that chance. I take it you have heard the good news? Professor Nemono. The faculty are ready to hold their inquiry, Professor. I suggest you make your way to Learner's Meet, lest you miss the ending of your own career. You two may as well come along too. The more the merrier, as they say. Wow, what a fuck. Actually, what a fuck. Always in a hurry, that one. You really must learn how to relax. Boric, would you be a dear and do me a favor? I wish to finish fitting this part to the Golden Dion. Once finished, I am positive we will learn all we need to know, but I need you to delay the inquiry if only for a short time. No need to worry. I suspect it won't be long before the old girl stirs to life this time. Go ahead with Boric and wait for me at Learner's Meet. Professor Nemono, what's this? Only the two of you? You're not gonna tell me that the great Professor Varusha took the coward's way out and fled, are you? No, her legs simply don't move as fast as they used to. Would you care for a cup of tea while we wait? Better yet, we could pay a visit to the last stand. Boric, we are far past the time for guilt and regret, would you not agree? But you needn't fret, I'll be sure to look after you, so please, there's no need to delay the inevitable. At any rate, all necessary partners to this inquiry will be here soon enough. Professor Varusha's absence merely proves that she has no intention of defending herself. Now, let us make our way into the auditorium. They even brought Grandpa! Or not Grandpa, I should say. Allow me to preface this hearing by stating that I have the utmost respect for you as a fellow academic, Professor Varusha. However, given the support behind this recent petition, we have no choice but to consider the matter of your continued tenure here at the studio. You stand accused of squandering studium funds on the restoration of a relic of questionable origin. And she has refused time and time again to heed my request to cease her activities. She is convinced that the relic in question is some sort of mammoth, but I have not witnessed it move even in Ilm. What's more, the gleaner that found this so-called relic has a history of delivering counterfeits in the past. Isn't that right, Boric? Come now, Professor Nemono. Nobody's perfect. And for the 100th time, that mammoth is something special. You just need to be patient with her. Come on, little one, show them. I want one. I want one. Ooh. Am I seeing things? This proves nothing. How do we know you didn't ask this helper of yours to contrive a means for it to move on its own? Bitch, please, I'm a goldsmith. Well, I suppose it falls on me to confirm as much. Tell me, did you do as Professor Nemono suggests? Hold on, I have a phone call. Hello? Sorry about that. My mom and my sister are coming back home tomorrow for Christmas. But my mom just called me asking if she thought I was lonely. So she's like, we could just come home now and we'll keep you coming. I'm like, I mean, you can. I'm streaming right now, so I'm fine. I'm not doing anything interesting. Like, it's fine. She's like, okay, well, we'll just come back tomorrow. Then I'm like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Do that. All right. And did I make the thing to... I only made the parts required to restore it. That's all I did. She speaks the truth. Naturally, someone of her ability could doubtless make modifications to allow rudimentary movement, but I don't think even the best in her field could achieve this. Why, isn't that the tome I received from Professor Nomono? As you may recall, the Golden Diada produced strange noises some time ago in our workshop. It was only recently I realized those noises were syllables, and they matched those comprising the language found in this book. Now, my dear, would you kindly read an excerpt from the book? Oh, and please be certain to translate it into a language we can all understand. Oh, it's a translator. Oh, interesting. The serpent that sleeps in the deep slowly sheds its skin of old. Oh, alright. It's a translator. Bork's about to faint. Bork's about to actually faint. Get fucked, idiot. I recognize that passage. It has something to do with the magics that control the life stream, at least. I would wager that's what the serpent represents. It aligns with everything my research has uncovered thus far. This relic is an ancient translation device, yes. And here I was convinced that Professor Varusha had all but lost her critical faculties. Yet clearly it was I that was entirely in the wrong. I have been too quick to belittle the work of others, thinking only of what immediate benefit they might have into mine. A researcher should be inquisitive and reflective, but I have only been selfish and overly prideful. Please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. If anyone should be removed from the post, it is I. Yep, get out of here. Bye. Oh, stop. You need to be so dramatic. If not for your passion for linguistics, I would never have discovered the importance of this relic. Well, it would seem there is no further need for these proceedings. If I may make a suggestion, would you two consider working together? It is clear to me, at least, that such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial. I want one. I want a little goldfish translator. What a fantastic idea. I would love nothing more than to work alongside Professor Nomono. Really? Even after him being literally accusing you of being old and senile? I don't know. I would be kind of, I'd be a little skeptical. Pray allow me to thank you for helping Professor Varusha with her research. Were it not for your intervention, I fear we may have committed a grave error and silenced a perfectly capable researcher along with her work. All is well that ends, eh? Let's head back to Maker's Meet. I need to thank you properly for everything you've done. I want a little golden fish translator. Look at it. It's minion size. I want one. I better get this at the end of the quest line. That's what I want at the end of this quest line. I want the little goldfish translator. I want it. No, please give it to me. Please. Look at it. Look at it. Look how cute it is. Ah! I thought I was acting in your best interest, but, well... Professor, I'm more than sorry than you'll ever know. Would you ever consider allowing me to work as your assistant once more? I'll give you all the time you need to decide... Listen, Borik, you don't need to apologize to me because nothing's changed between us. You never stopped being my assistant. And please, do yourself a favor and stop being so hard on yourself all the time. I couldn't ask for a better colleague. Though I suppose there is one thing you could do with learning: patience. Our work often takes time to bear results after all. Now, are you ready to get back to work? Oh, Professor! Ah, what a nice surprise. Are you here to ask for our little friend's help? Something like that, yes. The book I gave your assistant was merely an abridged compilation of works on ancient languages. What I have now are complete inscriptions of the texts I am presently studying. I simply must know what is written here. I spent far too long toiling away to decipher the contents to no avail. I'm all too familiar with that feeling. I suppose all researchers are spurred on by that thirst for answers. Perhaps said answers will even help with these recent anomalies in the live stream. I'm sure some of our other professors at the studium would love to hear your findings. Well, you two have certainly reconciled your differences quite quickly. Would that I could relinquish my worries so easily. Thank you again, Sho. If you hadn't stuck around to help as long as you did, I might have lost an irreplaceable assistant and countless colleagues. And that is to say nothing of the huge academic leap forward we're about to make, all thanks to your hard work. A gift I hope to repay with hard work of my own. When next you visit, I'll be sure to have a number of fascinating discoveries to share with you. I hope you're prepared, Borik. You have 2 professors to attend to now, so no more moping, alright? Oh, I'm quite sure you'll have no time for that. As long as I no longer have the resources required to hire additional help, you are my one and only assistant now, Borik, so do try to keep your wits about you. Oh dear, what have I got myself into now? Well, at least the subject matter is interesting. Thank you. I want one. I want this. I want this now, is what I want. Want it. Give it to me! Alright, that's Goldsmith. We go to... Alchemy? No. Culinarian. I was like, wait, I just leveled my alchemist to 90 last night. That's not right. We're going to Culinarian. We're gonna make food. Perfectly awful. Debroya is looking a little green around the gills. Greetings, madam. I am Debroya, a student of the nutritional sciences from Professor Galvaroche's research laboratory. Pray excuse me, at your service. If I'm not mistaken, you're the culinarian who has come to us by way of Key Aliapo's instruction, yes? Wonderful. I would very much like to request your help with a certain... Oh my. Forgive me, my stomach is not entirely at its best. Professor Galvaroche bid me try a sample of a newly created comestible, you see. The taste was, well, and the texture, oh dear. Perhaps you should just experience it firsthand. One mouthful is worth 1,000 words and all that. Pray join me at Maker's Meet and I can initiate you in the wonders of experimental foodstuffs. Ew. 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 Gross. Oh dear. Oh dear. So this is, I think, Alchemist and Culinarian. Thank you ever so much for coming. Let's set the table for you, shall we? Gross. Looks like bread. Okay. On first inspection, it seems to be an ordinary loaf of bread, yes? Now, try a slice. The initial flavor is like a rush of indescribable hatred, which gradually transitions into a sense of deep and abiding despair. It is quite possibly the worst thing you have ever eaten. Doesn't it taste awful? When it comes to a perfect meal, flavor is irrelevant. Oh God. Professor Galvaroche, I wasn't... Why, the very concept of gourmet cuisine has led to all manner of unhealthy excess. Too much salt, too much sugar, and entirely too much fatty content is employed in the pursuit of satisfying this obsession with taste. The pan of loaf we are laboring so hard to produce will contain everything necessary to sustain an adult body in one efficient, easily consumed serving. As I said, the perfect meal! Professor, if I might introduce... By Thalic, all this time wasted on idle chatter, if we are ever to attain true perfection, then every spare moment must be spent upon our research. Your task was to improve the pan of loaf's digestibility, was it not? Then let us be getting on with it. Swift, sure, efficient! Okay. You must excuse the professor's brusque manner. I know he seems eccentric, but the field of nutritional science was practically built upon the foundation of that man's research. Surely you've heard of the infamous Archon loaf? It was Professor Varusha who proposed the recipe. Oh, dude, we're working with the guy who made Archon loaf? Oh, dude. In any case, I do apologize for serving you such a foul-tasting creation, but I needed you to understand the gravity of the situation. Come to the last stand, and I shall offer you something to cleanse your palate with while I more fully explain the issue at hand. Okay. Now, I understand the problems right now. I have immediately understood the problem. Oof. Big fucking oof. Pray, take a seat and I shall be with you in a moment. I hope you still have an appetite. Oh, do you work here? Ooh, lobster. Yum. When I'm not studying, I actually work here in the kitchens. And that one there is a dish I devised myself, using all the knowledge I've acquired about food and flavor. Enjoy. Ooh. Yum. Dude, hells yeah, man. Incredible. It's as if my tongue had been purified by some divine nectar. I'm so glad you liked it. What you do is you take a lobster, freshly caught from the Indigo Deep, scoop out the meat and saute with butter and olive oil. Next you steam in white wine, but you must take care not to overcook it at this point. You then need to stuff it back into the shell, sprinkle liberally with thyme, oregano, and rosemary before baking in the oven at a steady heat. Not too hot, of course, and then... that sounds good. Yeah, I'll take you away. Well, whatever you did, it was delicious. Oh, my apologies. As you may have noticed, cooking is something of a passion of mine. Which brings us to my present problem, and the reason I so desperately require your assistance. It all began when agents of the Forum contacted Professor Galvaros, seeking to draw upon his wisdom and nutritional expertise of his research facility. The request was simple. They wished him to invent a singular meal that could provide all the daily nutrients a person needs to survive. They expressed their intent to develop a food supply for emergencies, and thus the only condition imposed was that it be possible to prepare this miracle dish from ingredients readily available in Labyrinthos. For his part, the professor threw himself into the work with routine intensity, using Archon loaf as a base to devise a new type of bread, the most recent batch of which I inflicted upon you earlier. Archon loaf was never praised for its flavor to begin with, and it seems the more nutrients you pack into the mix, the more revolting it becomes. Some volunteers have even been known to retch up the contents of their bellies after choking down a sample. Yeah, that's kind of counterintuitive when you're trying to make food that gives you all the nutrients, but it tastes so bad you can't actually keep it down. Seems a little counterintuitive. Suspecting that a difficulty with digestion was to blame, Professor Galvaros asked that I work on making our meal easier to stomach, but the fact is, it simply tastes terrible. Can you imagine if there truly was some emergency and we were forced to live on Panalof alone? People would survive, of course, but gods would they wish they hadn't. To make matters worse, the professor sees gourmet cooking as a wasteful abomination. If the Forum adopts this recipe, there is a real chance he might champion Panalope not only as a candidate for emergency supplies, but as a new nationwide food staple. By and large, Charlians prefer meals that are easily prepared and easily consumed over more flavorful, but less time-efficient, culinary efforts. Scholars busy with their research will settle for sandwiches more often than not. Okay, I'll have you know, sandwiches are fucking great. I love a good sandwich. And that ambivalent attitude towards food is exactly why I fear this horrible bread might actually be accepted into our everyday diets. As a Charlian myself, I never had much interest in fine dining. Then I tried a dish at the last stand, and it was as if an entirely new world had opened up before me. I soon discovered that a course in nutritional science would grant access to a vast repository of information on recipes and ingredients, so I enrolled as a student at the Studium's Faculty of Medicine. Oh. But their approach to food preparation was purely academic, utilitarian. I reasoned that if I was to learn anything about gourmet cooking, then finding employment here would be the surest route. In fact, I was on the brink of abandoning my formal studies altogether when this request came in from the Forum. As a lover of fine foods, nay, as a person with a functional tongue, I am compelled to prevent this crime against cuisine from entering society in its current form. Fortunately, I have the opportunity to improve the Panalope's flavor under the guise of carrying out the professor's instructions. It will, however, be exceedingly difficult to enhance the taste without sacrificing any nutritional value, especially considering my lack of practical experience. My theory is sound, but when it comes to technical expertise... And that, my dear culinarian, is why I need you. If you do decide to help, then please, I beg you, come see me at Maker's Meat. Yeah, that is the problem with almost anything nutrition-wise, is that the healthier it is, typically the grosser it tastes. Typically. There are some exceptions, you know, you have like fruit, you know, a lot of fruit's good for you, but you know, tastes good. Fruit tastes good. People like fruit. But like, yeah, but as far as making food, typically the healthier it is, stereotypically, I should say, actually, stereotypically, the worse it tastes. Makes sense. But also, I'm loving the fact that we are meeting the man who made Archon Loaf, and we are now making it better. Thank God. Ah, there you are. Can I assume this means you wish to aid me with my Panalope predicament? No one else must suffer as I have. No, please. Then gladly I accept your assistance. Praise the scholar for bringing us the savior in our hour of need. Oh dear me, I just realized. How can I put you through all of that and not ask your name? Well then, Cho, I look forward to working with you. The Faculty of Medicine. Not what I would have thought it was, but okay. Make it sweeter. DeBroya is eager to begin the process of improving the Panalope. Let us get straight down to business, shall we? The main problem with Panalope is that the recipe calls for a wide variety of wholesome substances, resulting in an extremely eclectic and subsequently extremely disgusting mixture of flavors. Now, I've managed to bake a slightly less repulsive version by adjusting the balance of ingredients, but the taste remains indistinct and unsatisfying. It needs seasoning of some kind, and badly. To that end, I put together a recipe for a sweetener using those materials, which are readily available in Labyrinthos. Not in any amount which would contradict our healthy and nutritious mandate, of course. Concocting the sweetener itself, however, is a job for the experts, and so I'd like to entrust it to you. Very soon we will have taken our first step to making the Panalope halfway enjoyable. Okay. So... Alright. Garden beet sugar, lime basils, and light gerbera. Oh, I think I have lime basils. I think my retainers have them. Shit. I kind of hope they didn't sell yet. I hope they didn't sell yet. Not... no. DA, do you have it? Oh, boom! I have 77 of them. Boom! Hells yeah. Nice. Okay. And then light gerbera, and then garden beet sugar. Let me think here. If I need 4 garden beet sugars, so that means that we need 6 of each. So 4 times 6 is 24. If I make it, 5 garden beets make 3 beet sugar, which means that I need, which means that I would need to make it 8 times, so I need 40 garden beets. Yes. Yeah. 40 garden beets. Okay. Doing culinary and stuff is always really awkward because of the fact that, with all the other crafting things, it's 1-to-1. So you get your ingredients together and then you make one thing. With culinarian, it's a mixture of both. But sometimes you only make one food thing. You get all your ingredients together, and sometimes you only make one dish of food, or you alternatively make 3 of an ingredient for another food. So it's really, really awkward sometimes. So I need 40 garden beets. Perfect. And then light gerberas. I don't need many. I only need like 6. I'll pay 12K because I don't want to have to pay 14K. Okay, so alright, so then quick sense these, make 8 of them. Yeah, so you make 3 pinches of garden beet sugar, which means that by the time I finish, I will have 40 of them. No, 24 of them. I need 40 to make 8, but 8 times 3, because it's 3 each, it's 24. There you go. Okay, so there's that, and then... Okay, so now... let's fry up some sugar, baby. That's a 6. Perfect. We'll hold on to the basil for now, just in case I need it for other stuff. I don't think I will, but who knows. Okay. The recipe for the sweetener isn't giving you any trouble, I hope. I can hardly wait to see how it turns out. Alright, 220. 5, 6. Ta-da! Thank you, Sho. After trying a little taste, I can safely say that you've managed to hit the sweet spot. Not overly mild and not overly rich. Making your first... Yeah. With your sweetener added to the mix, I went ahead and baked a second test batch of panna loaf. As for the result, well, I took some samples over to the last stand for the customers to try. Was that a good idea? And they said the taste was passable, which is a significant improvement over the nausea-inducing wretchedness of the original recipe. As I had hoped, a little sweetness was instrumental in tying the myriad flavors together. The key here being a little sweetness. We wouldn't want to go overboard and endanger the nutritional balance of our perfect meal. Oh, I'm told one of our regulars is at his table today, and he is a man with a decidedly particular palate. Why don't we head over and ask for his impression of our second batch? I mean, as long as you, I guess it's okay as long as you tell customers are like, hey, we're making this thing, can you please try some? If I may ask, what did you think of the bread, sir? Not bad, not bad. Oh, good. I get the flavor a passing grade. The texture, however, needs some attention. Ah, the texture. It's not overly noticeable with a bite-sized sample, but after 1 or 2 full slices, I fear one might begin to struggle with the somewhat dry and powdery consistency. I had not considered that. Thank you for your most valuable insights, sir. We will certainly keep that in mind for future batches. Well, that was a much-needed reminder. In my rush to enhance the flavor, I've neglected to account for changes in the texture. Introducing the sweetener must have affected the consistency of the dough. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Improving the texture will be our next task then. I'll give the problem some thought, then we can work together on creating the solution. Hey, I am a reliable baker. Remember the texture. DeBroye appears to have had a revelation. Oh, Sho, my partner in panel of improvements. I've been researching the subject of texture, and I think I found the cause of our powdery problem. The answer lies in the yeast. It seems the sugar content of the sweetener weakened its usual effects, preventing the dough from being fully leavened. Which means that if we can create a yeast more properly suited to sweeten dough, then our bread will be as moist as we care to make it. Knowing, however, it is not quite the same as doing, while I understand the basics, formulating yeast from scratch is rather beyond my current abilities. Once more, I must call upon you to rise to the occasion. Sorry. No more of that, DeBroye, please. DeBroye, please, I like you. No more of that. Okay. Yeast. Palm sugar, Amron, and Luna tendoplasms. Ah, fuck, I had some last night. F. Alright, so palm syrup does that. So then... So I need 4... palm sugar. Okay, so it's the same thing. I need 40. I'll need... yeah, right? No, I'll need 6 mix. I need... hold on. Just multiply that by 8, right? Yeah, and I just multiply that by 8. Because I need 24 palm sugars. Yeah, It's the same thing, so I need 48 palm syrups. Yes. Math. Okay. Damn, I just had Luna Tender Blossoms last night because I was making them for my alchemist. F. That sucks. Okay. So, and then 6 of everything else is just 48 palm syrups, 6 of everything else. I guess I probably should have done this. Syrup. 48. 2, 43. 3,000. 2,000. Take this. 24,000. F. These are all at like really awkward amounts. Okay. I guess what we'll do is we'll just. 60 for 32,000. I guess we'll just buy this, and then I'll just split what I don't need. 51 that I have. Let me sell. There. Okay. These real quick. I will admit that, like, I've said this before, that, like, crafting, gathering, it's not the most interesting thing in the world. But that being said, doing these role quests, I've liked them a lot. I found them actually very interesting. So that's really nice. That the role quests, while the actual of like making everything is not terribly interesting, at least the narrative of when you're like doing all this stuff, at least that's captivating, and I appreciate that. Which I feel like it kind of has to be, because you don't want to do boring work, but also have a boring story to tie it in with it, because then there's no motivation. Right, is that all of them? Yep. Cool. Okay. I'm afraid our bread will never be all that it can be if we cannot solve this yeastly dilemma. Cap down on scripts. Give me materia. Let's do. There, fresh out. Heyo, 89. Now this is some potent looking yeast. Trust me, after the hours I spent staring at such things during my studies, the quality is obvious. Thanks to all your hard work, the third test batch of Panaloaf turned out just as moist as we'd hoped. And all without compromising the original integrity of its nutritional content. It was well received by the clientele at the last stand, and even our difficult-to-please regular gave it his seal of approval. I would, however, like to hear the opinion of the, to my knowledge, foremost gourmand in Charlian. I speak of Master Dickens, the owner of the last stand. Everything I know about gourmet cooking, I owe to that man. Come, why don't we go see what he has to say? Dickens. Master Dickens, what do you think of the third batch? Aye, it's a decent loaf, alright. Certainly a far cry from what you started with. That very first sample tasted like a sponge fished out of a sewer ditch. I expect you have your new friend to thank for this sudden leap in progress. I swore vendetta against that foul-tasting evil. Oh, my dear show, you are a gourmet after my own heart, a crusader for culinary quality. Be that as it may, you yet have work to do. You've worked wonders with the taste and the texture, but there's no aroma. It needs a savory scent to draw you in and set your mouth to watering. So it isn't smelly enough? The road to gastronomic excellence is never ending, it seems, but if that is what it takes to earn your full approval, then we must bake on. Ah, you remind me of old Mervyn. He was the fellow who built this place and dedicated his life to bringing fine food to Charlian. That life ended before he truly accomplished his goal, and the last stand passed on to me. Even now, gourmet cooking remains something of a foreign concept in this nation. It's the kind of place where puffed-up experts like your professor label their nutritional experiments the perfect meal, as if anything with such a revolting flavor could ever be deemed perfect. Listen, the last stand was named so for a reason. We're a cultural outpost, the final defense against those who would condemn Charlian's diet to blandness and monotony. If you share Mervin's dream, and I believe you do, then I implore you to carry on his legacy. After hearing what Master Dickens had to say, I'm more determined than ever to make a truly perfected panel loaf. As before, allow me some time to cogitate on the problem, and then we can see about adding a tantalizing aroma to the next batch of bread. Indispensable baker. Aroma is key. Debroya's nose is twitching in anticipation of your arrival. I think I have it, Sho. A method to infuse the panel loaf with a more alluring aroma. The key is to blend a more fragrant oil into the dough, which will not only lend our bread a more lovely scent, but also improve its savory flavor. Oils and fats need to be kept to the absolute minimum, of course, so we need a variety that provides the greatest effect for the smallest amount. I have a basic idea of how a low-fat aromatic substance might be achieved, but oil requires your help with the advanced processes involved to make it. Sorry, that was terrible. Okay. Panel loaf oil. Fragrant oil. Okay. Okay. So he actually has a 1, 2, 3, 4 deliveries. Oh, okay. Alright. Perilla oil and a grade 5. Okay. So 24. I need 24 perilla oil. Each one is 48 perilla leaves. Okay. And then for the alkahest, just buy the alkahest myself. I think I'll just buy the alkahest. The pernilla leaf, I might actually just be able to go buy it. I can actually probably go gather that really quickly. I think. But I don't remember where pernilla leaves are. I know they're in Thavnair. I think they're near Yellowmad, I think. We'll see how much they are in Narkimord. Or actually, we'll buy the Alcast first. So I need... Man, it's 4 each? Fuck. Which means that I need 24 Alcasts? That's rough. What kind of Alcast? Grade 5 mine. That's wild. Okay. Yellow. How do you spell that? P-E, Perilla, not Pernilla. Perilla. I would need 48. Perfect. Oh. Right, you're not allowed to quicksand until you've made the thing yourself once. For the rest. I love quicksanding. It's so relaxing. You put the thing in, tell them like, all right, make this many, and then you just walk away. So if this delivery doesn't level me, the last delivery definitely will. I just messed that up. I should be fine though. Oh good, my syrup's sold. Thank God. There you go. Perfect. Okay, everything's fine. We're good. Okay, let's see. Cap was 320. Do. 1032. Wait. I'll cap out my tomes again. Because you're only allowed 2,000. I'm already at 990. I should just make that a habit to automatically spend my script when I come back in. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, gracious me, that smell is incredible. I'm actually drooling. Once we work that aroma into the bread, people will be lining up to try a slice. We've done it, show. The aromatic temptation of our fourth batch has proven irresistible. Last Stand patrons have even started placing orders for us to bake more. And in a happy coincidence, the new oil also served to plump up our loaf until it resembles a small, scrumptious cloud. I even measured the fat content just in case, and we are well within the accepted parameters. Surely now we've achieved true bakery perfection. I suppose there's only one way to find out. Let's head over to the cafe and ask for Master Dickens' verdict. I geared at 90. Yes. Yes, I am geared. I have a warrior and a machinist geared at 90, just so that way I can get into PFs a little bit better. And then most of my crafters are geared to 90, just about. I think my armor and my leatherworker, no. My armor and my weaver are the only two that I haven't hit 90 just yet. But then, I had to gear them to 90, but I'll figure that out eventually. But as far as battle classes, yeah, everything, most of my stuff is geared to 90. Alright, please, Master Dickens, don't leave us in suspense. Savage comes out January 4th, I believe. Let me double check. It should come out January 4th. Yeah. Yeah, January 4th is when it initially drops, and then we'll start raiding. Basically, I need to figure out a timetable. We will start raiding either the 17th or the 24th. So, Hex, basically bank on the hold on. Yeah, bank on the 17th. I said 17th, 24th, 18th, 25th, actually. This is Tuesday and Wednesday. But bank on the 18th just to try and rush that. But most likely it'll probably be 28th. Just because we'll have to start going through extremes as well for gear and whatnot. Little extra gears. I was going to buy material from a Reaper now, but since Reaper is so new, I can't find anywhere that has a clear idea of material for Reaper. You could go off of... Does Balance not have anything for Reaper just yet? I could have sworn I just saw Abyss for Reaper, actually. Yeah, so here's a set right now that I saw on Balance. I'll send it to you. But it looks like you need direct hit crit materia. Is what you're going to be shooting for, I think. For the most part. Not super comprehensive. I mean it is awkward to like sets. It's awkward to have sets come out right now just because Savage hasn't come out, so we're not entirely there yet. But yeah, I think that just came out probably relatively recently, actually, because that's pre-Savage, so that's including gear that came out literally came out this Tuesday. So, but yeah, I think you're gonna be prioritizing direct hit and crit materia is what you're prioritizing for the most part. As far as the limbo gear, you'll get that from normal raids. The Eternal Darkness is from Extreme Trial 1, and then the weapon is from Extreme Trial 2. So we'll need to run through those for people, I think, just because I doubt anyone's going to be running through them on their own, especially with people who are going through MSQ. I was reading a post that said to prioritize skill speed, and I left. That's funny. I mean, like, I can see it. There are plenty of viable options. Like, this isn't like the end all be all, but I typically trust the Balance. The Balance typically knows what they're talking about. But I mean, there are a myriad of options, but I typically trust the Balance. The Balance usually gives you a decent idea of what you do. Granted, you could theoretically do anything you wanted, but I don't know, if you do skill speed, that's kind of weird, because like the thing with skill speed though is that like it's very incremental, and sure, you'll be saving, half a second, but that half a second down the line, especially in your rotation, does start to add up, and that can throw things off in regards to like depending on like what rotation you're using, what's the fight, what are the mechanics? Do you have to, is it important that is there a specific window that you have to hit? And it's weird. The reasoning was just to help bring your party buff back sooner in one of my other skills. I mean, yeah. I guess it really all depends on party comp. I mean, like, I can see that argument of like, okay, sure, that makes sense. But at the same time, I'm like, is it really that, like, See, you did 2.49. That's pretty good. I don't know what Monk CD is. I know that Monk CD is not, like, insanely fast because of they intrinsically get reduced cooldown. But yeah, I don't know. I've gone with builds though. I've done builds that prioritize skill speed though, and it's because of I think if you want skill speed, I typically only do skill speed builds if I have high latency. So like when I did Dark Knight for a raid tier, it was the rotation that I was using. It was very, very important to be able to hit 5 deliriums or 5 blood spillers within my delirium window, which is 10 seconds. It was super, super important that I hit those 5, and I couldn't do it because of just latency. So I opted for a skill speed build that lowered my damage, but it upped my skill speed, and that allowed me to hit my rotations a lot easier. But everything's going to yeah. So I mean, it all kind of depends. All right. Anyways, this is unacceptable. What? I cannot have you baking bread that's more delicious than mine. You've outdone yourselves this time. Full marks. Haha. Yes. We're baking bread. Hells yeah. Yeah, and then and because that way it allowed me to be more consistent. Thus, it raised my damage back up. Like, it took a mild hit, but because of my consistency, it balances out. But that's really for me. Those are really the only times I need skill speed. Other than that, like, Monk is like the only other reason that I would even deem skill speed worthy. And it's just because of Monk intrinsically already has skill speed built into the kit. Like, it's just like, yeah, let's just put more in. Like, fuck it, we'll put more in because we can. But again, that's just my personal preference. But again, the balance typically does a very good job at giving you at least a general idea of what material you need and even what gear. It's always subject to change, so I would always kind of keep an eye out for it. But so far, from what I see for Reaper specifically, I think that's what you need to be aiming towards. Right. Now that we have the Master's unconditional approval, I believe that signals an end to our testing process. We make a wonderful team, Sho. How disappointing to find you frittering away the hours like this, and here of all places. Oh god, it's this dude. Your hat's dumb. Is he wearing 2 hats? You set aside my assignment on digestive issues to pursue the trivial art of gourmet cooking? I'll not deny it. That is exactly what I've been doing. And let me tell you why. The problem with Panaloaf was never a difficulty with digestion. It was the awful taste that was making people feel ill. Lest you believe our efforts in vain, then I ask you to try a sample of our 4th test batch. I think you'll find the flavor much improved. Nay, I have no interest in your mundane concerns over flavor. The very subject sickens me. What I will do, however, is analyze the nutritional value of your much improved Panaloaf. We shall see if it even meets the criteria for a proper meal substitute. I mean, that works too, because that was kind of the whole point. Our objective was, how do we make a nutritional bread but have it not taste like actual shit? I must inform you that your 4th test batch is a failure. It is sorely lacking in ascorbic acid, a vital nutrient which any prospective meal replacement must contain. Deficient levels of ascorbic acid lead to outbreaks of scurvy. Tis an illness which often afflicts sailors on long sea voyages, and can also be prevalent in times of famine and hardship. Citrus fruits are an efficacious measure to combat scurvy, but one cannot always rely on a fresh supply of oranges or lemons. As such, the perfect meal of choice is one which readily fulfills that role. I have already succeeded in adding this nutrient to my original Panaloaf, and am prepared to make my submission to the forum. But yes, how did you... You expect me to reveal my techniques to one who so blatantly disregarded my instructions? I am sorry, Mr. Boyer, but you are hereby relieved from your current duty. So be it. I will perfect our version of Penelope without your assistance, and submit the recipe as a contender to your own. Huh! Suck it, nerd! A contest, then. And may the best bread win. However, in the event that your recipe fails to garner the forum's favor, I will see you disciplined for the misuse of research funding. Your punishment will be the explosion from my research facility, nay, from the studium itself. Wow, that's fucking harsh. Professor Galvaros, if you're so intent on ruining my employee's future, then I think I'm entitled to a question or two. From what old Mervyn told me, the two of you were once classmates. More than that, you were good friends. So I'd like to understand, why do you hold so much hate for the thing he held so dear? Thank you, Dickens. Thank you. Mervyn was an exceptional student, but he threw away his academic career for the love of a well-made meal. This cafe he built, the incessant taste testing, not more than excuses to indulge in course after course of gourmet food and drink. 'Twas reckless pursuit of that passion which sent him to an early grave. Your fine dining is a curse! If it fuddled the mind of a brilliant young man, slew him as surely as any slow-acting poison. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Now, if you have nothing further to say, I must return to my research. Swift, sure, efficient. Huh. I had no idea the professor and Mervyn were ever acquainted, let alone classmates and friends. At least now I understand why my actions upset him so. But we cannot give up. For the sake of Charlian's bellies, you must help me win the forum's minds. Our crusade for culinary equality continues! That first spread was a hate crime. Thank you, Sho. I shall figure out this issue with ascorbic acid, and then we can start on test batch number 5. Although, I think it's time we had a proper name for our panel loaf. I nominate Mervyn Bread in honor of the Last Stand's founder. Let's get the oven heated up and show the professor what we and our loaves are made of. Ascorbic acid. A-S-C-O-R-B-I-C-A-C-I-D. Alright, you're gonna be throwing vitamin C. I was like, that's just vitamin C, right? I'm pretty sure that's just vitamin C. It is. Ascorbic acid, also known as vitamin C. Long live the gourmet. De Broglie is practically bursting with determination and purpose. As Professor Galvaros is so eagerly pointed out, our Mervyn bread cannot be considered a perfect meal until we load it with a sufficient quantity of ascorbic acid. I'm just going to say vitamin C, it's easier. The problem is, all the citrus fruit varieties grown in Labyrinthos have distressingly low values of this key nutrient. They say it has something to do with how the fall sun cannot entirely replace the effects of natural sunlight. Thus, for our purposes, we are unlikely to improve the Mervyn bread's levels of vitamin C simply by adding a Labyrinthos orange or two to the list of ingredients. And yet the professor claimed to have managed the feat. The question is, how? He synthesized the acid himself, maybe? I don't think he'd go so far as to not use ingredients from Labyrinthos. Yes, it's entirely possible. He may have manufactured the nutrient using elements extracted from readily available Labyrinthos produce. The process he employed, however, is a mystery. It would take me months to research a manufacturing method from scratch, but we cannot allow the professor to submit his panel unopposed. We need to consult with another expert on the subject. Razat-Han is the home of alchemy, and one of its noted practitioners, Master Jalbaz, is the Near East leading authority on nutritional science. Is my pulp filter resting against my mic? No, but it's very close to it. There, I've moved it away a little bit. I'm probably still peeking. Yeah. I can lower myself down farther. Alright. Oh god. Oh god, seeing those levels. Ah! Okay. Audio is a bitch. I will admit, audio is a right pain. Okay. I mean, the problem is I can't turn the gain down on the mic anymore. I'm actually at the lowest. I'm at the lowest gain now for the mics now. So I have to just turn down myself in OBS instead. Okay. I've never had the pleasure myself, but perhaps he will ascend to an audience if we show up on his doorstep. The new Aetheryte allows us to travel to Thavner directly, so that should save us some time. Let us be swift and sure. We might have to work on efficiency. You only use OBS? Yeah, I mean, I'm using OBS as well. Oh, what am I doing? I see yellow man. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, you only use OBS to adjust the gain? I figured I used the mic, but since I'm at the lowest level for the mic, then I'm like, all right, well, we have to turn myself down for, on OBS now. I feel sick to my stomach, but it's nothing compared to the nausea I suffered after one bite of the professor's panaloaf. Come on, we'll find Master Jalvez in the city proper. Oh. Okay, we're now going to Razadhan. Got it. I'm gonna save up and buy an XLR mic next year. I might do that. Though, if I get an XLR mic, that means that I have to also buy an audio mixer, and I'm just like, I really don't want to do that. Love the music of Razadhan. Anyways, so this is the fabled city of Razadhan. It's even more vibrant than I imagined. Yes, this is my first visit to Thavner. To be perfectly honest, this is the first time I've ever left Charlie. What of you, Sho? Have you been here before? Then you can lead the way. I've studied the layout of this place from top to bottom on parchment, but in the flesh, I'd probably get us lost before we'd taken 10 steps. The documents I've read mention Master Jalvez's affiliation with the High Crucible of Alchemia. I wonder though, the man should be getting on in years, and he may very well be retired. Anyway, it's somewhere to start. Let's head there now and see if he's still in residence. All right. Oh, I have to remember how to get up there. I'm not gonna lie, I took the long way. Oh yeah, I definitely took the long way. Yep, took the long way. This way. Otter said to not even worry about gearing since Crafted comes out in a week. Oh, Crafted comes out in the week? Okay. Yeah. Then I wouldn't worry about gear then. Yeah, there's no reason. Because, well... Yeah. No, yeah, we'll be fine. Because if crafting comes out in a week, then that means that both Otto and I can just craft everybody gear, so that way we can go right into, Savage. That being said, though, I still think we should run extremes at least a couple times, just so that way it alleviates some of the work that Otto and I will have to do for crafting. Also, it's just good practice as well. So I think we'll do that, but that does help immensely though. Yeah, because that way you don't have to do nearly as much work. I actually completely forgot about that. Crafting gear comes out in literally a week, because it will come out the week before Savage comes out, right? Now this is an impressive piece of alchemical apparatus. Why, I wager they could conduct almost any mixture they please in such a grand furnace. Ugh. Apologies, just some lingering ethereal sickness. Let's press on. Chavez? Never heard of the fellow. He may have worked here once, but I know no one of that name among my present colleagues. Then I suppose he is retired after all. Actually, considering his age, there is no guarantee that the man is even... Well, let us assume he is still among us for the moment. Shall we continue our inquiries on the floor below? They spared no expense on this facility. When it comes to the field of alchemy, it would seem that Razat Han is moms ahead of everyone else, leaving the learned professors of Charlie. You're looking for a Jalvez? The alchemist? That would be my great-grandfather, but he's been quite some time since he last worked here. Shit. Well, shit. Your great-grandfather? He was a great man. He is, over 100 summers young and still going strong. Oh, Jesus. As a prominent scholar of nutrition and health, he's always practiced what he preaches. Why, he's even spry enough to visit the tavern from time to time. If you head over to Medreith Mehan, you might chance to see him there. That's wonderful news, thank you. I am very eager to meet him. There you have it, Joe. Our next destination is... oh dear. Ether travel did not agree with me. Deep breaths and away to Merhead's Mehan. Here we go. Honestly, anything that allows me to stay in Thavnir for an extended period of time, I'm all about. Because again, the music in Razat Han is just so fucking good. Oh my, authentic Danish curries. That spicy aroma is to die for. But as much as I would love to sample all the foods on offer, my gourmet research will have to wait. over 100, but he's still kicking, huh? I don't see anyone who matches the portrait from the books, which makes sense considering how young he was in that particular picture. I wonder what he... Oh! Uh-oh. Miss? Ah, but don't you worry now, young lady. I'll brew a remedy that'll put you back on your feet in a twinkling. Thank you, sir. I feel ever so much better. I've never heard of a bout of ethereal sickness lasting this long. Oh no, my dear. You are quite clearly suffering from a severe case of anemia. All the symptoms point to a lack of ascorbic acid. You have scurvy! Without that nutrient, your body has trouble absorbing iron, which in turn leads to thinning blood, a disturbing pallor, and extreme fatigue. The medicine I gave you will remedy the immediate issues, but I strongly suggest you rethink your dietary habits. We wouldn't want your youthful promise stolen by a fatal case of scurvy now, would we? Now that I think on it, I've been eating nothing but Panaloaf samples since we started all this. It stands to reason that our yet-to-be-perfected meals would leave me low on vitamin C. Now that you can save me, I almost made the same mistakes as Mervyn. Your knowledge of the nutritional sciences is most impressive, Master... Oh, it's just plain old Jalvez these days, my dear. I'm retired now, but I've learned a thing or two about healthy eating and longevity over the years. So you are Jalvez! I knew it! My name is DeBroya, and I study nutrition at the Studium in Charlia. I come seeking wisdom from the foremost expert in the field, that being you, of course. If you know of a viable laboratory method for manufacturing vitamin C, then I humbly request that you instruct me in the process. Well, isn't this a coincidence? It wasn't long ago that a professor from your studium approached me looking to solve the exact same dilemma. You don't say. Interesting. Yes, I know of a method. I was the one who discovered it. But the sweat of my brow comes at a price, Mr. Broya, and a rather rich one at that. How rich? The professor paid it without so much as raising an eyebrow, but I'm afraid the cost of my services is beyond the means of the average student. Still, it hardly seems fair to turn you away at the gate. I'll tell you what, why don't I make you a deal? You see, I have always been a lover of curries, but when you've eaten as many as I have, you begin to grow tired of the same Hainish flavors. Then, I recently came to learn of an Eorzean-style curry plate that I am desperate to try. I obtained the recipe from a trader, and I've even gone so far as to gather the ingredients so the cook here can take a stab at preparing the dish. But now, destiny has seen fit to drop a pair of Western travelers in my lap. And who better to make Western cuisine than the natives of those lands, eh? So here's my offer. You prepare the curry, and I teach you the method, provided my palate is properly tickled. We accept. I promise you we will make the most delicious curry you've ever tasted. The other visitor was almost certainly Professor Galvaroche, which means the process he learned is one which can be followed using resources from Labyrinthos. And what's more, Eorzean curry is one of the last stand's most famous dishes. I've made it many times. First, you caramelize the onions to bring out their sweetness. Add the bouillon, dice your choice of meat, and stew until tender. Oh, and be sure to skim the floaty bits from the water, of course, and then... Should we... DeBroya, save it for the kitchen! Now's not the time! Sorry, I did it again, didn't I? Anyway, yes, I know all the steps. Aside from mixing the golden spice, Master Dickens was always the one to prepare that ingredient. If you could take care of that part, then I'd be more than happy to handle everything else. As I said, I have all the ingredients you need and more besides. Cook away and let me know if you're running low on anything. Ah, my mouth is watering already. Alright. Golden spice. Who does that? Who just randomly goes up to people and just goes, pat, pat, and then walks away? Nobody does that. It's weird. Don't do that. Don't do that to people. It's weird. How's that spice mixture coming along? It smells wonderful. This will give our curry the perfect amount of zest. Oh, that does look good. Oh. It just looks like in-game curry. I want some now. So this is what Eorzean curry looks like. The colors, the aroma, it's so different than to what we serve here. Now for that all-important taste. Is it to your liking, sir? It's fantastic! The more you eat, the more the layers of flavor compound into a harmonious orchestra of deliciousness. They say you can taste the chef's intention in a meal, and your determination to impress me has infused every bite. Then you'll share your method with us? Of course I will! A meal such as that is worth more than a man's weight in gold. So, coconut milk is the key. Thank you so much, Jalvez, sir. There is one more thing I would ask, if I may. What, in your opinion, is the biggest secret to health and long life? A well-balanced diet is important, no doubt about that, but I believe you must enjoy what you eat. It's always seemed to me that digestion is aided by how much one relishes a meal, and the better one's digestion, the more nutrients one's body absorbs. Exactly. I've often thought the same myself. You've been a great help to us, sir. We wish you many more years of healthy living to come. And although I would love to more thoroughly explore Razat Han's gourmet delights, we must hurry back to Charlian, perhaps another time. Such a glorious meal. If enjoyment truly does improve one's health, then I think I just added 10 years to my life. Hey. Dude, I love curry. I fucking love curry so much. Okay. Thank you, Sho, for accompanying me to such a far-flung locale and on such short notice. I don't know if I could have secured that alchemical process from Jalvez without your assistance. But now that we have it, our next batch of Mervin bread will be well and truly perfect. This time, for certain. Perfectly delectable. Debroya is in a state of despair. Oh, Sho. Oh, no. Oh, no. I've been trying to make that vitamin C. I've done exactly as Jalvez instructed, follow his steps to the letter, but it all ends in failure. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I simply lack the expertise. The process requires a far more competent hand than mine. So here I am at last, asking for your help once more. Please, I need you to manufacture the additive that would be perfect for our perfect meal. Oh, I mean, that's easy enough. I can do that. Alright, additive. We need coconut milk, fir cannon sap, and an elder nutmeg seeds. This coconut milk can be made from coconuts. That makes sense. I need 6 coconuts per coconut milk. How many coconut milk? It makes 3, right? So 3 coconut milks. I need 4 of each. So I need 24. Which means that... Okay, so we need 48 again? 48 coconuts? Yes. 6. Alright. I was just thinking about, so like, crafted gear comes out next week. Those recipes comes out next week. But then I was like, why do the fights if I could just get crafted gear? But the reason I don't do that is because crafted gear is expensive. Right, and you don't have crafters and you can't make the crafted gear, so therefore it kind of doesn't make sense. Right, okay, never mind. I've answered my question. Back to getting coconuts. Alright. 48 of them. Precise. 99 for 36,000. Oh, 48. What else did I need? Elder something? Elder nutmeg or cannon sap. Specify that. Okay. Hey, look at that. I just hit 90. Nice. Well, that works out. Oh, scripts. My FC is talking about materia and what's selling actually really well. Apparently materia 5s are selling really well. But I think it might be, I think they're talking about gathering and not crafting. Let's take a quick... Let's see. Perception. Wow. These are 40k. Jesus. Okay. These are not nearly selling. These are not selling nearly as well as I thought they were. Yeah. Okay. So apparently these are selling really well because of pentamelding reasons. So that's interesting. Oh, okay. So the GP ones, people want 9s and 10s of. I see. Even still, man. Those still aren't. Those are surprisingly not selling as well. Which is surprising. You want control 10s, CP 10s, craftsmanship 10s, craftsmanship 10s. What about 9s? Okay, so craftsmanship control 10s are decent. Best place to grind any and all materia? Roulettes are always a good idea. So, any of your leveling roulette and your alliance roulette will net you the andro and dendro clusters. Those you can use for combat classes of materia 9s and 10s. So those are always a good place to. You can always get those. However, you can only get those daily. The next best place is, honestly, it's keeping your gear and just running shit, literally, running shit, and then when you, for any piece of gear, it's hard because I need them. Any piece of gear next to the actual repairing icon is that that spirit bond bar. When that hits, when your spirit bond for a piece of gear maxes out, immediately extract the materia out of it. Because depending on what level your gear is, you will get materia for that. You'll get a random piece of materia, and then that's how I got all of my materia. Typically, usually, all my materia primarily comes from me extracting it from my gear. Expert roulettes will give you 9s and 10s as well. Any of the chests in dungeons have a chance of giving any chest in a dungeon has a chance of giving you materia. Trying to think. That's about it as far as materia sources go. Yeah, that's exactly why you should always extract, but you should always extract materia first before you sell any gear or dismantle it. That's what I do. If I ever see a piece of gear that has full spirit bond, I will always extract the materia first before I do anything else to it. Yeah, and then some pieces of materia aren't very popular, so like spell speed, skill speed, piety materias, those aren't the most popular thing. How do you extract? Just right click a piece of gear and extract materia. Easy. That's all you have to do. But you can only extract materia once the spirit bond is at 100. So you can see on my axe, the spirit bond is at 60% right now. And you'll increase spirit bond from literally doing anything that while you have the gear equipped. Like, if you have the gear equipped, you'll get spirit bond from doing almost just about anything. Truly. There are potions that increase spirit bond gain. I think. Let's take a quick trip. I think you can buy spirit bond potions, which will basically increase the amount of spirit bond you get from doing activities. I think you can buy them at your Grand Company, I believe. Check that right now. I know they sell durability drops, but that's not what we need. I'm pretty sure they sell increased spirit bond gains. I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Dark matter. That's not what I need. Stores up to no. Here he goes. Yeah, here you go. So for 1,500 Grand Company seals, you can buy Spirit Bond potions, which increases your Spirit Bond gain by 3. To be completely honest, I don't know how much that is, but every little bit counts considering the fact that it does take a while to generate Spirit Bond. The effect lasts for 180 minutes, which is, what, 3 hours? So that's actually pretty good. So really, what you could do if you're leveling up jobs, like pop a Spirit Bond potion, go run dungeons, go run trials, just go run shit. Boom. For 3 hours, you know, you're accruing more Spirit Bond. And those are 1,500 seals per at your Grand Company. But that's primarily how I get my materia, though. A lot of my materia comes from simply just paying attention to my gear. When I see that one thing is spirit bonded, I'm like, all right, time to extract, and I'll just extract the gear. And then, like, as you can see, I have what, 1, 2, 3, almost 4 rows of materia. So I almost have 20 different kinds of materia in my inventory. That being said, like, obviously some pieces of materia don't sell for as much because they're not as needed. But what I typically do is especially if I have materia that is below whatever the current tier of materia is. So like for Endwalker, current tier is materia 9s and 10s. If I have anything below that, what I will do, if it doesn't sell for very much on the market board, I'll come to Blackbrush Station, and I'll fly up north here to where you first learn about materia, and I will talk to Munimix. Because if you talk to Munimix, he will ask you if you want to transmute materia, and basically it's just you give him 5 pieces of materia, and you'll give him 5 pieces of materia, and he gives you a random piece of materia. So like, I give him 5 of these. I give him 5 of these Savage Might 9s. These give me what? Determination, transmute. Gave me Craftsman's Cunning 9. He just gave me another one of these. So it's a good way to kind of like randomize. You always have a random. It's always random on what material you get. So, and sometimes if you give him lower material, so like if you give him like materia 5s, there is a chance of getting something higher than what you gave him. So if you give him 5s, there's a chance that he can give you 9s or 10s back. And I'm like, that's fucking dope. What if it's max bonded but also has the materia slotted? Nothing. You still extract the materia. Because there's a difference between extracting materia and let's see if I have something here. Yeah, there are 2 different options for gear. You have extract materia and you have retrieve materia. Extracting materia reduces the spirit bond to 0, but you get a piece of materia in exchange. Retrieving materia is you have a chance of getting back materia that you slotted into the armor. So like, for my machinist, I have this Heaven's Eye materia 10. I can choose to retrieve the materia, and you have they tell you a success rate of, hey, you have a chance of getting back the materia, or if you try to retrieve it, it may end up being destroyed and you lose the materia. This success rate will change as new materia comes out. So like 9s and 10s obviously have the lowest success rate, but any materia that any level 8 or anything level 8 below materia I think will typically have a 100% success rate. I don't know if this is based off of any stats. I don't think it is. It's just based off of the materia specifically. But extracting and retrieving materia are 2 different things. Extracting gives you materia, then resets the spirit bond. Retrieving materia gives you a chance of reclaiming any materia that you've already melded onto the gear. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And again, that's probably your most basic materia crash course that I could give you. But yeah, I would say that when you're running dungeons, I would run dungeons specifically. And then for 9s and 10s, I would run any level 90 dungeon. And then any chest you see, open it. Because it will give you any chest you see in the dungeon has a chance of giving you materia. It's not always, but it has a chance. Is your spirit bond wiped when you put it in the glamour dresser? I believe so. Let's go find out. We can go find out right now. I believe so, though. I believe it resets the spirit bond. In here somewhere. Alright, here we go. Oh, I need to hold on. used it and repair it. Right, this is a perfect example. So this one has 18% spirit bond on it. Yeah. So using Glamour Prism on the selected item and placing it into the Glamour Dresser will reset its spirit bond to 0 and condition to 100%, as well as remove any customizations, including signatures, materia, and other ethereal bonuses. The item will also be bound to you upon removal. So, yep. So anything that has a spirit bond and you put in the Glamour Dresser, it will reset the spirit bond back to 0. But yeah, running dungeons, extracting materia from spirit bond, those are the best ways, at least that I know, to get materia. I can't think of any other ways, to be completely honest. If you have, if you level crafters and gatherers, you'll get white scripts from turning collectibles in and stuff like that. If you have those, I would definitely go buy materia. So like, actually, I don't even know if I have scripts. I think I just bought some. I just bought materia. Yeah, so I got 1,200 white scripts from doing crafter stuff. So like, I can buy this stuff, which I'm about to do because I don't want to cap out on white scripts. Well, you know that buzz. Yeah. But yeah, I think if you want materia hex, if you don't have crafters and gatherers, then I would buy those spirit bond potions. Try to buy those spirit bond potions, and then go run dungeons, run trusts even, run trusts, run dungeons, run roulettes. Literally, go do and literally anything, and it'll just naturally accrue, and then extract when you need to. All our Mervin bread needs is a viable ascorbic additive. I might have failed in that endeavor, but I have faith that you will succeed. And succeed I shall. Incredible! It's practically glowing with goodness. With this added to our creation, I have every confidence that the bread will pass any test they care to subject it to. With your additive well added to the mix, I put a batch of Mervin bread into the oven to bake. It should be ready any moment now. This is it, the final fluffy result of our much trial and error. It looks so familiar. Well, have a bite. I don't know. The last time I ate addicting bread, it was made out of literal people, so... And, how does it taste? Like streams of flavor blending into a single river of ambrosial delights. Wonderful. And the texture? It's like biting into a soft-baked cloud. It's like natural law has been suspended to create this one moment of unparalleled puffy crusted bliss. Fantastic. And last but not least, what do you think of the aroma? Let's just save your souls to die for. It's like a siren scent of savory temptation, which no mortal stomach can resist. Exactly what I thought. All the disparate elements have come together so well. Flavor, texture, aroma, not to mention a perfect balance of nutrients. And I have to thank you for this delectable achievement. Yes, I believe this current incarnation of Mervin bread has a good chance of swaying the forum in our favor. You are attending the evaluation, aren't you? In fact, I must insist upon it. Consummate baker. Charlian cuisine. Debroya is brimming with confidence. This is its show. The forum is ready to begin the evaluation process. We worked tirelessly on perfecting our submission, and I have every confidence that Mervin bread will be the winning candidate. Come, let's make our way to the rostra, shall we? I know I said I was confident, but the thought of actually standing before the forum has my stomach all in knots. Courage, boy, courage! We have on our hands here a food fight. Esteemed colleagues, we have convened today to evaluate and select a suitable candidate for our proposed meal substitute. As previously discussed, this meal substitute will serve as an emergency provision, such as when our usual sources of food are restricted or otherwise unreliable. To be considered viable, a submission must satisfy our stipulated conditions, namely that it must be possible to prepare the meal using only the ingredients available in Labyrinthos, and that it also provides all the nutrients necessary to sustain day-to-day survival. Our first of two candidates is the Panaloaf, submitted by Professor Galvaroche, with whom I am sure you are all familiar. The second is Mervyn Bread, submitted by one Miss De Broye, a student of the Faculty of Medicine. Members of the Council of Culinary Assurance will select one of these candidates following a thorough nutritional analysis and trial consumption of the samples provided. Our analysis has determined that both submissions meet the basic nutritional requirements to qualify as meal replacements. And as they share the same nutritional value, the only consideration left to judge them upon is taste. Even being generous, it would be difficult to describe the flavor of Panaloaf as pleasing. Mervyn Bread, on the other hand, is a culinary delight. On the grounds of this assessment, Mervyn Bread is clearly the superior choice. Yeah, get fucked, idiot! I beg to differ. Yes, I admit that Panaloaf has little to offer in the way of gastronomic enjoyment. But have you considered the matter from the viewpoint of efficiency? Mervyn Bread's flavor requires the addition of specific sweetener and oils, not to mention a particular variety of yeast, an involved process which demands excessive time and exertion. The recipe for Panaloaf, however, was devised with simplicity in mind, allowing one to manufacture the same quantity of food, but with a fraction of the effort. I implore you to reconsider your decision. After all, this is an emergency comestible we are discussing here, not some gourmet menu item. You raise a valid argument, Professor. We have indeed overlooked the question of efficiency. Should a situation arise that necessitates a supply of emergency rations, then ease of manufacture would certainly be a primary concern, and in that respect, your Panaloaf holds a significant advantage. But can people eat it? Can it be eaten? Fuck you. Tasteless bitch. If I might offer an opinion. I don't know who this is. Is it Mervyn? Master Flaugersturt. Okay. Master Flaugersturt, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure? Curiosity, mostly. I may be retired, but all this talk of a perfect meal piqued my interest. Wait, I know you. Oh! Oh, okay. And I know your delicious Mervyn Bread. It is an unfortunate fact that fine food is oft regarded with contempt here in Charlian. Many see the pursuit of gourmet cuisine as a trivial distraction, an inefficient use of one's precious time. Yet when a tired researcher craves a refreshing cup of sweet tea, is it a question of simple desire, or is it the body's way of signaling the lack of a certain nutrient? And what are the comfort afforded by those inefficient tastes and flavors? Surely we have all experienced the calm and reassurance provided by a hearty dish. The same principle can be observed with the soothing familiarity of home-cooked favorites. Why, when my academic cogitations are frustrated by some intractable problem, it is for that very soothing effect that I visit my beloved last stand. As such, I submit that taste plays a far greater role in our well-being than simple enjoyment. Imagine, if you will, a prolonged crisis, and then tell me which of these foods you would prefer to consume day after day after day. Faced with a struggle to survive, which of these meals would best serve to bolster your mental and emotional fortitude? Yeah, it doesn't help if you don't want to eat the food that saved your life. To be perfectly honest, the very thought of eating panaloaf for more than a single day brings me to the edge of panic. Hardly a state one wishes to be in when dealing with a crisis. Get fucked, idiot! Yes, even when taking into account the additional effort required in its preparation, a satisfying meal is more likely to contribute to a rational frame of mind, which in the long run may prove to be a more efficient benefit. Ha! Fuck you. Now that all interested parties have made their arguments, the time has come to put the matter to a vote. The results speak for themselves. Panaloaf 1 vote, Mervyn Bread 5 votes. Congratulations, Mr. De Broye. Your submission has been accepted as Charlian's official emergency meal replacement recipe. Ayy. Ayy. Get wrecked, idiot. Professor, your research is still very much a part of... I feel no remorse. I feel no sympathy. Well, that was a near thing. At least until our last stand supporter chimed in. I never knew he was a former member of the forum. I'd say we can safely call this the end of the matter. Although there is one last thing I would like to ask of you, Sho. Despite his rigid way of thinking, Professor Galvaroche is not a bad person. Perhaps I can make him a nice meal to soften the blow of his loss. With a little expert help? I'll get my apron. I knew you couldn't refuse. When you have a moment, come and meet me at the last stand. Now, as for the professor's meal, I thought we might make him a serving of fish cakes, one of our local specialties. According to Master Dickens, Mervyn and Galvaroche used to eat them all the time during their student years. To prepare the fish cake, you take a white fish and some onion and grind it all into a paste. Add milk and pepper and knead well. Then sprinkle in the flour before rolling the mixture into oval shapes and frying them in a boiling hot oil. You don't need the entire recipe. But I would like you to prepare the all-important fish paste. The rest of the dish you can leave to me. If you find yourself lacking ingredients, Master Dickens has graciously agreed to provide us with whatever we need. Ask and you shall receive. I'd pay to see you wipe the frown from that sour-faced grump. Right, let's get cooking. Cool. How is your part of the recipe coming along? Fish cakes! Perfect. This will be the ingredient which brings the whole dish together. I've already sent a message to Professor Galvaros, asking him to meet us here. Hopefully he hasn't eaten yet. Why did you send for me? To taunt me with your victory in the place which I care for the least? I mean, yes, but... Of course not, sir. We only wanted to offer you this meal as a gesture of goodwill. Please, eat, enjoy. See, now I want crab cakes. That was good. They may be simple dishes, but Charlian does have its own local specialties. The art of quality cuisine was never wholly absent from our culture, despite what people think. I would never argue the importance of nutrition, but I believe what Master Jalvez says is true. Enjoyment of a meal tends to encourage digestion and thus a more efficient intake of nutrients. When I first proposed the recipe for Archon loaf, I did so with Mervyn in mind. He was always so focused on his research that he neglected his dietary needs, and I thought to devise a convenient yet nutritious source of sustenance. He was taken from me before I had the chance to complete it. I was grief-stricken, angry at the loss of my friend, and his gourmet lifestyle became the target of my rage. Though it pains me to admit it, he was responsible for his own actions. It was wrong of me to lay the blame on the thing he loved most. Loved too much, it seems. And after considering the arguments laid out in the evaluation, I am forced to recognize that taste is an integral part of my work. I shall begin research on a new perfect meal, one which will taste even better than your vaunted Mervyn bread. But Mervyn bread was never solely ours, Professor. It was your research and your panel loaf which provided the nutritional basis for our recipe. Sho and I simply improved the palatability while maintaining the balance which made it healthy in the first place. Mervyn bread is as much your creation as it is mine or Sho's. I mean, is it though? I kinda did a lot of the work, so... Which is why I implore you to continue improving it. With your resources and expertise, there is no one better positioned to solve the recipe's lingering issues with inefficiency. In that case, I shall need an assistant. Together, you and I will test the boundaries of what is possible in the field of gourmet health cuisine. Speaking of fine foods, I do have one complaint about those fish cakes of yours. There were too few. I seem to recall the dish being much larger back when Mervyn and I used to eat them. Are there any more, perchance? Dude, I want crab cakes now. I want a loaf of sourdough bread, and I want crab cakes. I'm hungry. It doesn't help. I'm hungry now. I do believe that was the first time I've seen the professor smile. I'm glad our fish cake special had the desired effect. But my work at both the studium and the last stand has just begun. I have an entire city to convince of the benefits of fine dining. Fortunately, it seems the professor is on our side now. We can expect the laboratory's research to expand into taste-related fields. As part of my ongoing mission, I will do my utmost to see that it succeeds. Ah, this place is well suited to the study of flavor-based nutrition. We begin our research into more efficient preparation methods immediately. And here I thought my days of frantic baking were over. I'd better wash out my mixing bowl. Thank you for all your help, Sho. I could not have asked for a more perfect kitchen mate. Please do come and visit me from time to time, both at the studium and as a valued patron of the last stand. Alright, that's the Faculty of Medicine all taken care of. The winning bread. Alright, next up is my carpenter, which we will be leveling for this. Hey, Jude. I'll be right back. Someone in my FC is asking that when he wants some minions, so. I know I have the Broader Otter, and I definitely know I have the Otter Otter. I think I have all this. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, someone in my FC asked, does anyone want these minions? And it was the Broader Otter, the Otter Otter. So it's these ones, the Broader Otter and the Otter Otter. And then the Mud Pie. They have the Mud Pie, and then they have the Grin something, whatever. The mock-up Grinwat. Minions, I like these. Well, the Mud Pie's already been taken. I'll message them. Someone already asked for the Mud Pie and the Otter. So I'll ask him for the Grin one. I'll send it to you, Hex. Probably later when server transfers don't have a queue. It's still a little early. It's 11:40, so probably in the next couple hours I'll send it to you. All right. Anyways, crouchers though. All right. In search of the Azure Star, Jude appears to be troubled. Dear, oh dear, if only he were here to help. Oh, he was struggling. Well, it's more so like me coming back to Gilgamesh. That's really the biggest problem. Goodness me, you gave me quite the scare. Do I know you? I must apologize. As you've likely already gathered, I am rather easily startled. I heard you have work for me. My queue today was 2,400, I think. I had to wait for about 2 hours. Ah, yes. You see, I, Jude, belong to the Faculty of Astronomy, and am enlisted in the Classical Astronomers Association. Despite the name, I am the sole member. Until this last year, we were far more in number, but the other students graduated just as I joined. Why remain a part of an association that, but for my efforts, is obsolete, you might ask? The reason is quite simple. I thought it would allow me free access to the telescope. Wow. Nerd really wanted to see the stars. Recently, however, the Faculty of Astronomy and all of its constituents, the Classical Astronomers Association included, have been urged by the forum to contribute to a national project. As a result, I am unable to use the telescope at my own discretion. If only my problems ended there. After I had taken over the association's activities, I came to learn the telescope was not only old, but in a state of total disrepair. I have, of course, since attempted to have it repaired, but no craftsman is willing to accept my request. Impatience has led me to attempt to restore it myself. All I've accomplished is making the situation worse, beyond recovery even. My apologies, I've started to ramble. So you're a craftsman that's been sent by Key Aliapo? Mm-hmm, yes. I am terribly sorry. Despite having come all this way, there is no longer any telescope to restore. Well, why not you just make a new one then? You can just do that. Indeed, the possibility had not even crossed my mind. Oh, what I wouldn't give for one of those new lenses I've heard so much about. The precision and clarity is said to be without peer, but the funding required would be astronomical. Perhaps if we forego the latest and greatest in telescope components, the modest budget I've received from the association may suffice to make one. I best get to work then. Numenon will no doubt have a plethora of information on the subject of crafting telescopes. While I have an acute fear of crowded places, my desire to look upon the stars is enough to see me through the task, or so I hope. There you go. There you go, Jude. Jude rushes off, his last words still ringing in your head. You take off in the direction of Numenon after him. To be fair, all of us are on Genova, so you'd actually have shorter queues if you were stuck. I mean, probably. I was like, where's Daniel right now? He's in the dungeon. Okay. I was primarily curious of like, he's on my server, right? So he can just mail it to me. I'll ask if he wants to meet up anywhere. Want to meet me anywhere. He might just mail it to me. You either mail it to me or I'll just tell him, yeah, I'm in Charlie and doing crafting role quests. Okay. Oh, you're here to lend me a hand in searching for the necessary tomes? I guess, sure. Thank you. Only one other person has ever extended to me such kindness. 87.96% of those I've encountered have approached me, words dripping with honey, looking only to take advantage of my purse strings. But enough about that. Somewhere among these tomes are documents detailing the intricacies of telescopes. Let us split up and search for them. Please, should you find any relevant documents, bring them to me. Alright. Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. An astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens. Those all sound very promising. A history of observatories. Did you stumble across any leads? A tome that lends its readers a great deal of insight into gigantic telescopes and their history. Covers the various types of telescopes and how they are structured. A tome that speaks on the ever-elusive star lens. Do you think that you've managed to find 3 whole tomes? Excellent work. Let's have a look, shall we? A history of observatories. This appears to be all about observatories and the massive telescopes they boast. While the content contained within these pages is near perfect, to create the telescope detailed here would require a budget on par with a national project. Let us now take a look at the Encyclopedia of Astronomical Telescopes. What a treasure of a tome! It outlines the entirety of how telescopes are made, down to the smallest of details. Unfortunately, we have only enough gold to cover a fraction of the cost of the parts listed here. Let us see what this last one has to offer. An astronomer's comprehensive overview of the star lens, huh? Star lens? I've never heard of such a thing. According to this, it is an ancient tool used by astronomers to read the stars and can be produced at a reasonable cost. But what good would such an ancient tool accomplish in today's world of astronomy and optics? It doesn't even use a lens. Then again, it is within my means. Might I ask you to craft one for me? While I can only offer you the meager stipend of our association receives from the studio in exchange, I'd hoped you'd consider it. Sure. You have my sincerest of thanks. Now then, there is little time to waste. I've already requested you to use the space to let us make our way to the workshop. Hi, Pudding Way. Fucking love Pudding Way. Pudding Way's awesome. Did I spell my script yet? Yes. According to my calculations, we should have just enough in the way of funds to craft a star lens. The question that remains, however, is if it will be powerful enough to aid me in my pursuit. If only he were here. If it isn't Jude! You're looking gloomy as ever. Who's there? Yeah. Oh, it's you, Jeremier. Jeremier. Yeah, Jeremier. Have you finally decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy? I know not which Jeremier you're referring, but this one shines brighter than any of those so-called stars you gaze upon. You're the only one, you're the only Jeremier I know. You should know that, seeing as we've been friends since childhood. Dude, I'm terribly disappointed. 10 whole years have passed since we first met. I had thought you'd grow out of it eventually, yet you insist on immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. We are pupils of the studium. It is all but blasphemy to whittle away the best of your years, no stuck between dusty old tomes. Now, why don't you set aside your wayward aspirations and join me in the Faculty of Literature? We might even be able to fetch you a decent-looking bride. I've recently joined the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak on love and life while sipping the finest of teas. Does that not sound pleasurable to you? Jeremier, was it not you who introduced me to the wonders of astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject? That is neither here nor there. I'm simply worried you're wasting away here all on your own. Just promise you'll think on it, alright? Was that your friend? I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeremier, a childhood friend of mine. Ever since I can remember, we would spend our nights together gazing up at the stars. That's kind of gay, dude. It was a decade ago when it happened. The two of us took part in an astronomer's workshop. One night, we were looking up at the night sky. We spotted a mysterious blue light. Concluding it was an unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the studium's Faculty of Astronomy. No matter how much they searched, they were unable to find the light we had seen. In the end, the studium chalked it up to the ramblings of imaginative school children. Out of sheer frustration, we decided to join the Faculty of Astronomy, vowing to one another that we'd one day rediscover the azure body we saw that day. Jeremier, being a summer older than I, enrolled first. When I finally entered, it was as though he were a different person, all vestiges of the old Jeremier and the promise we made one another forgotten. I joined this faculty hoping to fulfill our dream of a decade prior, yet ever timid and easily cowed, I do not see how I will accomplish this alone. It was Jeremier always leading the way. Without him, I am lost. Aw, poor Jude. Hey, you got me, buddy. I'm here for you, man. I got you. I'll help. It's okay. You're alright. With your help, perhaps there is still hope. I do not know what I can do or how far I will get, but I must at least try. Thank you very much. You've done so much for me already, but I have yet to even ask your name. Hello. So, I am looking forward to working with you. The Faculty of Astronomy. The world without you. Jude is eager to begin on the Star Lens. So, let us waste no time in getting to work. I would like to ask you to craft Star Lens braces. They are arguably the most important pieces. Alright. Lignum vitae lumber, dwarven cotton, and sea swallow leather. Didn't I just sell? Fuck, I think I sold my lignum vitae logs. F. The sea swallow leather, the dwarven cotton. Those all actually should be cheap. I need 6 of each. No, the lignum vitae might be a little expensive. I remember it being expensive previously. Nope. I know that dwarven cotton is relatively cheap. It doesn't sell too much. last thing. Dormant cotton and oh, sea salt. Alright. Be sure to sell the rest of this cotton. Four. Done. Do maps with you and Esprit? Sure. As soon as I'm done with doing role quests. As soon as I finish this delivery, sure, we can do maps. I've got several maps that need to be doing anyways. Alright. You needed 220s. Well, here's 276s, Jude. Right. What stunning craftsmanship. Your talent is incredible. You are a star among stars. Damn right, Jude. Goddamn right I am. Thank you. Without your help, I'd have no hope of ever finishing the Star Lens. Listen here, Jude. Today I'm going to show you how to make the most of what should be the best summers of your life. Okay. Hello? Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Barbecues. Barbecues? It is a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Various cuts of meat are thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that is not so with the Poetry Club. We gather around the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry as we watch the meat smoke and sear. Yes, because when I go to a barbecue, I definitely talk about poetry. Perhaps the flame that seared the meat will finally ignite a fire in your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you will be able to declare your undying love for that homely yet somehow still alluring girl. What do you say? Honestly, I do not know why you would come to me with such a proposal. Join our poetry club, Jude. Just have one taste, and you'll realize exactly what you're missing out on. Your poetry club sounds like a cult, dude. Jeremy, you live boldly and elegantly. Unlike you, however, I am a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send chills down my spine. Nonsense. Sure that you at least take meals with your peers? What peers, Jeremy? You are my only friend. Oof! Oh no! Oh no, it's so sad! You jest. Oh no! No, Jude, buddy! Jude, no, I'm your friend. I'll be your friend, Jude. Oh no! I never learned how to make friends. They do not teach you at school. Oh. Oh, it's so sad. This is but further evidence you mustn't remain here alone and isolated. I'll continue to visit until I get that through your thick head. Oh no. Oh, this got so sad. Jeremy never fails to impress me. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him. No! Get a hold of yourself! Get a hold of yourself, Jude! You're great! No! I'll be your friend, Jude! Please, if you could keep your voice down. Chin up, Jude. If you're always looking down, you'll forget to look at the stars. Think you're witty, huh? Hey, clever. Oh no. It seems I am beyond help. Oh no, Jude, I'm sorry. Jude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, nerd. Thank you for that. However, perhaps I would not have needed comforting had your words not cut so deep. I am, after all, an extremely fragile creature. That said, we still lack the necessary parts to complete the Starlands. I still have a few things to take care of, but you'll be hearing from me again before long. Oh, poor Jude. Thanks to her encouragement, my heart, which was as weak as a marmot, has now grown a bit tougher. Tough enough to match pudding. Oh god, this got so sad. Marginally scary individual. Oh no. Jude, buddy. Poetry recital. Jude appears eager to continue his work with you. Ah, show, just the woman I wanted to see. Oh my god, this is awesome. God damn it. I have another request to make of you. Would you be up to the task? Mm-hmm. Thank you. I need you to craft what is to be the heart and soul of the Starlands. You see, an ordinary telescope picks up on starlight, whereas the Starlands captures ethereal flickers. This requires what is known as an ethereal lens. While of course materials of high grade are important, it is the craftsmanship that determines quality, to which I turn to you. Okay. Alright, an ethereal lens. Palm lumber, almasty serge, and luncheon toad leather. So I need 30 palm logs. If I made the logs, I would just need 30 of those. The luncheon toad leather is gonna take a little bit more to do. Actually, hold on, pause for a second. Do I have? Because I was just making luncheon toad stuff last night. No, I don't. Okay. Almasty Surge. I'll just make it myself. It's easier. I thought I did. Whatever. Alright. Should make a map of this stuff. Alright, there we go. Nothing feels as satisfying as just buying ingredients, making your thing, and just using all the ingredients. So satisfying. Here you go, Jude. Have you managed to finish the ethereal lenses? They are what will allow us to pick up on the ethereal firmaments in the distance. Yep, here you go. Once again, you can spend these scripts. So you gotta cap out. There you go. Magnificent. Even to the untrained eye, it is easy to see the craftsmanship is second to none. With this ethereal lens, we will be able to detect even the most distant of ethereal bodies. Once again, I am indebted to you. We are still in the early stages of our journey, but I hope we can continue to press forward with the same amount of fervor. Jude, sequestering yourself in such a confined quarters will eventually take a toll on your mental health. Come, there is fun to be had in the outside world. And what exactly does this fun you speak of entail? Allow me to illustrate. I began this morning with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we all gathered at Alk's Landing to perform a public poetry recital. I have no poems to recite. 'Tis the spirit that counts. Poetry will help you learn to express yourself more fully, Jude. In fact, why don't you give it a try right now? Make sure you really put your feelings into it. I suppose I can give it a try, if it means I can become a bit more like you. A soul shrouded by the dark abyss, the tears that pour forth as blood-stricken rain, solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness. Well, that was dark. Mildly foreboding. Cool. I regress. Perhaps you need not delve so deeply into your feelings. You know what? Maybe that's a little too sad. That aside, now you've had a taste of what our sessions entail, and what it is like to live every day to the fullest. With your grades and brain, changing faculties should be fairly straightforward. By my next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature in our poetry club. While I know Jeremiah intends well, abandoning my studies in pursuit of literature would mean relinquishing my dream of locating the Azure Star. If you resolve is so weak, perhaps you should consider moving to the Faculty of Literature. You can't give up on your dreams! You gotta have heart, Jude! You gotta believe! You're absolutely right. The whole reason I joined the Studium and this association was to see my goals through. Thank you for always being so supportive and returning me to my senses. I just wonder why Jerome is so unrelenting in his attempts to have me withdraw from my studies. I do not understand. Astronomy was his first love. Though we were momentarily sidetracked, I would like to thank you once again for your help. I am eager to continue our work together. With you by my side, the resolve in my heart is hardened, and I feel as though the strength of a chocobo rages within me. Alright, that's pretty good. Chocobos are good. It's good. It's decent. Alright, individual that takes time to warm up to strangers. I don't like these titles. These titles make me uncomfortable. One step forward. Jude eagerly awaits you. So, let us jump straight into the next part of the process. Okay. Okay. I asked that you would craft another vital part of the star lens. You see, the operation of this particular type of telescope requires highly specialized magic. While I understand the mechanics behind this magic, the sheer volume required far surpasses that at my disposal. Please, might you be so kind as to craft ethereal amplifiers for me? Sure. There are no words to express how thankful I am, Sho. Not only are you assisting me with producing the star lens, but you continue to encourage me every step of the way. Ethereal amplifiers, okay? Red pine, snow linen, and cyclone. Just sold all my Saiga stuff and my snow linen. Yeah, I did it. Is it just you two? Is it just you two doing maps? You should at least have 3 at the bare minimum, man. Again, as soon as I finish these deliveries, I can help you guys out. But I really want to get these deliveries done. Right! I'm trying to go in as fast as I can! I'm trying to get shit done! Fucking, I'm working on it, damn it! Look, I am helping a nerd overcome his social anxiety, okay? I am doing God's work. This kid ain't gonna get his confidence by himself, all right? I gotta help this nerd get confidence. And that starts with making these goddamn ethereal amplifiers. Don't you guys have MSQ to do or something? That was close. I just fucked that up. Oops. That's fine. Last one. Okay, let's get these back to Jude. Spend my script while I walk in. Alright, Jude. You did 320. Here's 402 quality. How about that? Show, it's absolutely perfect. Thank you. Oh, hey, I hit 90. Sweet. Nice. Hells yeah. I've just finished looking over the last delivery. We are so close to having all the parts necessary to begin assembly. Oh god, he's brought more people. Jude, today must be your lucky day. The ever-busy Jeremiah has decided to grace you with his presence. Okay, cool. Oh god, people. these people? No doubt they're here to extort coin from me. I must report them to the studium's guard. Post haste. All right, Jude, thinking out loud again, are we? Dude, not everyone here wants your money. You need not worry. They are with me. In fact, they are members of the poetry group I mentioned. I brought them here so everyone could get acquainted. It's nice to meet you, Jude. She's speaking to me. It's okay, Jude. It's okay. It's how I also feel with attracted females. Makes sense. Of course she's speaking to you. That is, of course, the reason why we are here, is it not? Ah, you must be the craftswoman assisting Jude. Do feel free to drop in on one of our poetry meets sometime, should it strike your fancy. Hello. Gazelle skins are more expensive than Zoner skins. Weird, I wonder why. So what do you think? A magnificent group of people, are they not? We were just on our way to the last stand. Would you care to join us? Steady now, Jeremiah. Steady now. Jeremiah is trying to help you. He knows you have no friends and is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You really should be thankful, truly. That's actually probably exactly what's happening. Like, he is actually trying to help. Absolutely not. Oh my god, I've never related to an NPC more than with Jude. Go outside? Oh, fuck that. That sounds awful. Apologies, but I am currently in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. Perhaps another time. What is this nonsense? Come now, Jude. Join us just this one time. Only regret awaits should you continue down this dark path. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let us just be on our way, shall we? I feel like Jeremy was bullied when he first attended the studium. Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally, I would have been so nervous, even the thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. I must be growing. You did well. You did good, kid. You did good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Jude. It is you I have to thank, Sho. Your continued support has allowed me to really blossom. Proud of you, Jude. Good job. Now, enough about me. We are so close to the finish line. With just a bit more work, the star lens will be complete. Before we proceed, however, there is one thing I must confirm. Please come back to see me when you next find the time. Thanks to Sho, the chocobo in my heart has transformed into a mighty hobgoblin. Is that an improvement? I don't know if that one's an improvement, Jude. I'll be honest. Good-natured individual. Okay. All right, there we go. An improvement. No longer a threatening, intimidating person or someone who takes time to warm up to. All right. A 10-year promise. Last we met, I mentioned there was something I needed to confirm before proceeding. This something concerned Jeremiah. Since joining the studium, I have not had the chance to have a proper discussion with him. There is so much I would like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow from 10 years ago, or why he insists so fervently that I drop my studies. For the longest time, I was too scared to confront him. I thought if he had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore, and... Never mind. That's no longer relevant. Thanks to you and our Star Lens journey, I've become confident enough to face my fears head on. I plan to meet Jeremiah and ask him what happened to the promise we made at the exact spot where we encountered the Azure Star in Tranquility. But I'm positive that if I ask him to come, Jeremiah will find another clever excuse to avoid me. Please, Sho, would you be so kind as to ask him in my stead? Oh, fine. Thank you. You can likely find him at Ox Landing reciting poetry with his friends. In the meantime, I will make my way to Tranquility and wait for you and Jeremiah there. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that Jeremiah got bullied. I will definitely assume that Jeremiah got bullied or something like that. Or alternatively, Jude said that when he joined, everyone graduated. Or all the people in the club graduated. So I'm going to assume that what may have happened was, Jeremiah, he joined and he just didn't know what to do. Or maybe he just didn't fit in, and so he switched. Who are you? What do you want from us? You there! You're the craftswoman helping out the Faculty of Astronomy. I take it you're not here to recite poetry? You're looking for Jeremiah? Sure, I can point you in his direction, but you have to do something for me first. You see, there's this girl. She spurned my advances a few days ago. I can see you also are flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man such as myself. So hurry up and tell me what you want already. Come on, hurry up. I'm in the rush. Come on, let's go. Aren't we snappy? Well, I know just the thing that will elevate me from simply charming to outstanding. I said a classy writing utensils. I want you to craft them for me. I will, of course, see that you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is the defining quality of a gentleman. Just ask this boy right next to me for materials. He still owes me a rather large sum of gold, and we'll see that all your expenses are covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer. Maybe Jeremiah's being used. Like, maybe, like, I feel like all these poetry people are, like, pretty stuck up. And they're probably, because Jude's always afraid that people are using him for his money, and I think that's exactly what it is. Jeremiah's trying to get Jude to join so that way he can convince Jude, hey, pay for our shit. Once you finish crafting me my utensils, you can deliver them directly to me. Here's your fancy pen. Excellent! With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of the average club member. She will have no choice but to rethink her foolish decision. Ah, right. You wanted to know where Jeremiah is. You can find him at Scholar's Harbor right about this time. A real wet blanket that this one is, if you ask me. No need to say that. He's only just joined and has yet to settle in is all. What faculty did he transfer over from again? He is certainly not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds to me like he's harboring a few secrets then. Yes, the utensils you crafted are superb. Rather than dallying about admiring your handiwork, however, you'd best hurry to Scholar's Harbor if you want to catch Jeremiah. Something's... Yeah, I think bullying sounds more accurate. Because he doesn't want people knowing that he came from the Faculty of Astronomy. I think he was bullied. Oh, it's you, the craftswoman working with Jude. What can I do for you? I want to talk to you about Jude. You want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well. I suppose I can spare a few moments if it concerns our dear friend Jude. Shall we talk here, or did you wish to speak in private somewhere elsewhere? Tranquility? I'll be on my way then. Ah, I've tricked you. We're actually holding an intervention. I just saw a shooting star. What? That was actually so cool. Did you guys see that? It was like right there. I just saw it. Oh, that was awesome. That was actually so fucking cool. So what exactly did you wish to speak with me about? I see. I suspected as much. Of course, I should have known you'd be suspicious. You have always been 2 steps ahead of me. Even so, you still came. And I have words for you that have been left unsaid for far too long. Jeremiah, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? So you know I once presided there. It would be odd if I didn't. Surely even you knew you wouldn't be able to feign ignorance for long. I ask you again, why did you quit the Faculty of Astronomy? 10 years ago, we made a vow at this very spot. We swore together we'd search for and find the Azure Star together. Why would you renege, yeah. Why would you renege on our promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy? Me? Hate astronomy? Ha! Please, do not be silly. Finding that star meant the world to me. You will also be forced to face the truth one day, just as I have. Allow me to warn you before it is too late. I am but 1 summer older than you. I shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'd be able to earn a place to study at the studio. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter because I had hoped to make some progress toward our goals and surprise you with it once you joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope anytime, I joined the Classical Astronomical Association. I plan to devote all my spare time to our investigation. For several months, day in and day out, I took that telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To my utter despair, I was unsuccessful at ever locating the azure star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought perhaps a more powerful telescope was required, and so after much negotiating with my professors, I was granted leave to use the finest equipment available in the studio. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could find not so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I grew more weary by the day and was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. The azure star does not exist. It never did. Just as the scholars at the studium told us back then, we imagined it. The azure star doesn't exist? If in fact what you say is true, then why not tell me sooner? Same as me. Finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? Because you're his friend? What? If the azure star doesn't exist, then what have I been working towards this entire time? I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. That's shitty. You should help. No, you're his friend. You should help him get through this. Why would you just like, you're gonna learn eventually? Like, what the fuck? Promise me, however, you won't forget this, Jude. I am and always will be your friend and ally. My life, without the azure star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? What do you want to do? Yes, you're absolutely right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I'm the only one that can decide what's right for me. Let's return to Maker's Meat. There's something I would like to investigate. I'm going to assume the azure star just, like, appears every once in, like, X amount of years. Similar to, like, Halley's Comet or something, you know? Should have... Alright, we just have 2 more deliveries to make and we are all done. 2 more quests. Excellent. Most excellent. If even Jeremy was unable to find it, there's a good chance the azure star truly does not exist. There is, however, one other possibility. There is a chance it is out there, just not observable with the tools that were at his disposal. The journey we're about to embark upon is about as dark and as uncertain as a flight through the starless night sky. Regardless, I shall not give up. This is a dream I pursued for a decade. I cannot walk away without a fight. Although alone, I would have no hope of continuing Jeremy's work. But with you by my side, perhaps, I can accomplish that which even he has not. Sho, may I count on your continued assistance? Well, I can't leave you to your own devices, now can I? I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Sho. Once I have everything sorted, let us begin production post-haste. Your continued encouragement has really lit a fire in my heart. I feel as fierce as a bomb. Again, Not sure if that is an improvement, but okay, why not? I guess that's better than Chocobo, I guess. An astronomical growth. Jude appears anxious to continue with the production of the Star Lens. What do you say we pick up where we left off, Sho? Where traditional telescopes gather light to protect an image, the Star Lens captures etheric glimmers and casts that onto the surface of water, hence making stargazing possible. As I was constructing the Star Lens, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do just that. This is where I will need to, once again, borrow your seasoned hands. Might you craft some ethereal conductors for me? Once these are finished, there will be but one thing left to do. Okay. Integral lumber. AR kind velvet. Ophiuteros leather. Okay. I don't have. I definitely know I have none of those. Integral lumber, AR, Okay. Good recovery. 3 more. Okay, all done. Turn these in, and then we just have one last thing to make, and we call it a night. Most excellent. You wanted 3 40s, I got you 4 20s. You have my gratitude. Truly, I am blessed to have crossed paths with a craftswoman such as yourself. I believe our fateful union is what shall lead us to the rediscovery of the Azure Star. Excellent. Now I have nearly everything I need. Just one last piece, and we'll be one step away from a completed star lens. Even if I am unable to find the Azure Star, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I shall never forget. Oh, what am I saying? Of course I will find it. I must. It is a dream I have spent the last decade pursuing. Exactly. Keep up the good work. You got this, Jude. I believe. Yes, I will continue to give it my all. When you find the time to craft the final missing piece, please come and find me. I will be here eagerly awaiting your visit. Thanks to her support, the fire in my heart grows by the minute. In fact, it almost feels as though a Frit has taken up residence within me. Wow, that's a jump. That's quite a jump. Look at that. Look at Jude getting his confidence. Hells yeah, man. Nice, dude. A friend you can confide in. Yeah. I got you, Jude. The Promised Star. Jude hopes to speak with you before completing the star lens. Thanks to you, the completion of the star lens is in sight. Without you by my side, I would have no doubt given up before the journey even began. And I speak not just of finding the Azure Star, but also confronting Jeremy as to why he quit astronomy. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. Now here we stand at the finish line, and I have one last request to make of you. Channeling magic into the Starland requires a wand. Would you please craft one for me? Ah, it's easy enough. Should you ever find yourself short on materials, please help yourself to whatever is in the trunk. Easy enough. Have you finished crafting the final piece? Ooh, that looks nice. It's absolutely perfect. Now that I have the necessary parts, all that's left is search for the Azure Star. When that time comes, might I be so bold as to ask you to join me? There's also one other individual I wish could be there. That being said, there is no guarantee that the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint them again. Even so, I would like to search the skies once again with Jeremy. After all, it is a dream we've shared for a decade. Not at least asking would be a form of betrayal in itself. Given the time, he is most likely at Ox Landing, reciting poetry with his friends. As soon as I finish putting everything together, I will go straight there. Please wait for Jeremy for me at Ox Landing. Ah, it's you again. I apologize, but we have nothing more to discuss. You may have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Jude. The star lens that Sho and I have been working on is now complete. It would mean the world to me if you came to watch me begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry, Jude. I'm afraid that is something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend we're talking about. You should go with him. If the Azure Star truly doesn't exist, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? Thank you! You don't understand. I searched for a decade for that star. It is nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. Okay, fuck. Okay. Wow. Punch him. Punch him. Do it. Hit him. I'll hit him. I'll fucking do it. Huh. To think you were this close to throwing out all the best years of your life chasing a figment of your imagination. If such a thing existed, the top academics in the Faculty of Astronomy would have already found it. Did you not even take that into consideration? By the gods, you must be even dumber than a sack of rocks. Wow, what an 180 that was, actually. He was just like, you should be there for your friend. Oh, never mind, you're all actual idiots. Fuck all of you. You. How dare you speak of such atrocities? Oh. Alright, Jude, pop up. Huh? Are you talking to me? You nor anyone else has the right to ridicule us. Threaten and laugh at me all you like. You will not strip me of my dream. Then maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. Oh, you want to fucking tussle? Huh? You want to fucking go? I strongly recommend against that. You see that craftswoman there? She's an adventurer from overseas, and certainly not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance. You best watch your back. Bring it! Fuck you! Puh! I got you, Jude. I got you. Jude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did. I'll admit, I surprised myself a little. My heart is still pounding. I just couldn't let it go with it when I thought about everything you had invested. The audacity he has to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope of fulfilling it, the despair that overcame me was beyond words. I felt worthless. That is why I could say nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the poetry club are a little rough around the edges, this is the only place I have. When we were children and I was crying because I did not fit in with the others, you invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more, gazing up at the skies. Very well, but this will be it for me, Jude. Then let us make our way to Scholar's Harbor. I must return to the workshop and retrieve the star lens, so I will meet the two of you there. To think that Jude has changed so drastically and in such a short span of time. It seems what he needed was not someone to take him by the hand, but rather coax him forward from behind. Let's go find a star, baby. Hells yeah. While I'm surprised to see how much Jude has changed, that does not change the fact that the Azure Star does not exist. Oh, ye of little faith, Jeremiah. Better bust out some parchment and quill, cause you be writing poems about this, baby. So how does this work exactly? And there we go. Let us begin then. Cool. So this is the star lens. It doesn't look like much. Still cool though. Seems a bit excessive. More than a telescope.
10 years ago on that fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellations aligning with the fifth at Heaven's Gate. I will begin by positioning the starlands in the same manner. Well, those ones are okay. There's a couple blue ones. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine among them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. You did well, Jude. The Starlands is quite an impressive piece of work. Wait! It is for this exact reason the amplifier exists. We will see beyond! Or do we need more? Oh, you need ether, buddy? I got ether! I got you, Jude! I got you! Need more power! Jude, I want to believe it exists just as much as you, but... Gotta have heart. You gotta believe! You must see more! It exists! It's there somewhere right before our very eyes! Please, reveal to us your brilliance once more, just as you did 10 years ago! This is really just like a case we're not looking far enough. Like we just can't see far enough. Jeremy, look! It's real! It truly does exist! We didn't imagine it! My god, we found a star! It's real! Why did it give up so easily? Jude, you're extraordinary. So we really just, like, they just didn't look far enough. Like, it's just like, the star is just really far fucking out there. We just didn't see far enough. Joe, it is all thanks to you that our decade of hard work did not go to waste. Which reminds me, did you see where Jeremy wandered off to? He was with us when we entered the studio grounds. Ah, yes, this feels much better. Now that's more like the Jeremy I know. Joe, wouldn't you agree this style suits him better? I mean, that's, some nice fabric. By the sound of it, Joe wholeheartedly disagrees. Thank you, at least, for attempting to mask your distaste with a polite compliment. Either way, I've finally come to realize that simply transforming my appearance does not change who I was on the inside. But that is neither here nor there. What I wish to talk about is the Azure Star. There is something about it that has been niggling at the back of my mind. How is it you succeeded with an ancient lens made of water where the latest, most advanced equipment of the studium failed? Ah, of course! The star lens allows us to see by capturing not the light of stars, but their ether, correct? I see. You believe that due to how far away the Azure Star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, can capture an image of its ether, the very life force of the star. I can scarcely imagine how much further our technology must advance for telescopes to perceive such distant celestial bodies. Strange, then, that we were able to see the Azure Star all those years ago. How do you suppose we accomplished such a feat? At the time, we were using a toy crafted for children. The lens, contrary to proper telescopes, was made from low-quality crystal. The ether of that crystal lens is likely what allowed us to pick up on the star's glow. But after we reported what we saw, the Faculty of Astronomy conducted their own observations under similar, if not identical, conditions and found nothing. What if the intensity of its ethereal emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An ethereal cycle, if you will. It stands to reason that night 10 years ago, the azure star had reached its peak. A brief, miraculous window wherein the star's ether was such that we could catch a glimpse of our crystal lens telescope. Yeah, like it shows up every X amount of years. Incredible as always, Jeremiah. You've always been very sharp. Sharp or not, my abilities pale in comparison to your sheer drive, Jude. Thanks to said drive, we have rediscovered an alternate means of viewing stars in the night sky. And if your theory is correct, then that means there are far more stars out there than we ever even suspected waiting to be discovered. It would certainly seem that way. This may very well revitalize and revolutionize the field of astronomy. Then let us continue working together to find them, Jeremiah. Let us continue to breathe life into the dreams of those two young boys from 10 years ago. Jude, you forget I am no longer with the Faculty of Astronomy. In case you've already forgotten, I'm a rather persistent fellow. I waited this long. I can stand to wait a bit longer for your return. I cannot argue with that. Never did I think when we began this journey that it would come to such a spectacular end. Thank you once again, Sho. While our time together was short, it was incredibly fruitful. I am devastated to have to say goodbye. We, however, shall continue to reside under the same stars. When I want to remember our time together, I will simply look to the skies. I pray we will meet again. You shall always remain a treasured and true friend of mine. The fires of Ifrit, nay, a phoenix, have taken up residence in my heart, where they will continue to burn forevermore. That is the Faculty of Astronomy. Alright. The Meeting of Minds. One last ride. I figured that there would be one more quest. Last ride, baby. Let's tie it all together. The Meeting of Minds. Ooh, I get a gift. Key Aliapo has been eagerly awaiting your return. Ah, Sho, just who I was looking for. I wish to thank you for helping the students and staff from the various faculties. Their work has become the talk of the studio. You made a real difference. Actually, while you're here, there's a pressing matter I wish to discuss. Having heard the many glowing accounts of your work, another official of the studio has requested an audience. Would you be able to spare time to speak with him? Wonderful, then let us head to Learner's Meet. Is it Pudding Way? Please tell me it's Pudding Way. Please tell me it's Pudding Way and it involves pudding. He should arrive any moment now. Let's take a seat. I saw a Lopperit in the banner, so if it's not Pudding Way, I'm gonna be kind of upset. My apologies for keeping you waiting. No, it's Monteshane. Oh. Before you proceed, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks on behalf of the Studium for all you have done to aid our faculty and students. Oh. By the sounds of it, they have made remarkable findings, one and all. That is why I would hold an assembly that we might discuss the overarching impact of their research. Such gatherings are how academia evolves and advances. The shared knowledge of our works, be they successes or failures, that all may strive to improve. Precisely. Knowledge begets knowledge. Amassing and combining findings from a host of fields often leads to the creation of entirely new disciplines, one of the very reasons for which the studium was founded. Which brings me to the reason why I asked you here. Might I prevail upon you to speak with the faculty and invite them to this meeting? Is there no one else who can ask them? Like a gleaner or something? I thought to speak to them myself, but I do not wish for them to think attendance compulsory, and an invitation from you is less likely to be perceived as an order. No, alright, fine. Splendid, you have my thanks. Ah, fine. Well, that's that then. And you needn't rush to deliver these invitations. Pray speak with the faculty and students in your own time. When you've finished, return here, and I will see to readying a chamber for the meeting. Alright. Joe, it's good to see you. Lest you wonder, Professor Tankin and I are doing quite well. But to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? There is an assembly of the brains. Is that so? I suppose the professor and I could share what we've learned from the various cultures we emulated. Come to think of it, we've yet to share the news of our union either. The proposal was so sudden, we scarcely had time to invite any of the faculty, let alone hold a reception. All the more reason we should attend. Right, they're married now. Right. We will be there, absolutely. Professor Tankin should be most glad to hear about this. My, what a surprise! Don't tell me, you've come with a souvenir from some far-flung land? No, there's a conference happening. Oh-ho, first I am promoted to tenured professor, then this momentous opportunity presents itself to me. Of course I shall attend. Were it not for you, I never would have proven my theory, and I would be a fool to overlook a chance to present my findings. Yes, a bold step in honoring Professor Nelle's legacy. Well, look who it is. To what do I owe the pleasure? Oh, that sounds lovely. At long last, your research will receive the recognition it deserves. Oh, Professor! Oh, Boric, stop. I understand how you feel. This is no time for tears. Professor Nemona will wish to attend as well, like as not. I'll have a word with him and see if we can't prepare a suitable compilation of our works. Eventually, the serpent devours its own son. Okay. Joe, what a pleasant surprise. Would you care for a quick meal at the last stand to commemorate our reunion? Yes, but... Well, that sounds wonderful. It would be an honor to attend. I may never have a better opportunity to inform my peers of the benefits of fine dining. Perhaps I will invite Professor Galvaroche and a few employees from the last stand to prepare samples of Mervyn bread for those in attendance. In any case, there is much I must do prepare. Until then, Joe. Ah, Joe, I must admit, I did not expect to see you here again. What's that supposed to mean, Jude? I see. I have certainly heard of such events, though I never dared dream a student such as myself would be invited to one. Don't tell me you're getting cold feet already. The Jude I know would relish such a challenge. Perhaps you're right, Jeremiah. This would be the perfect opportunity to demonstrate what a boon the Starlands could be to the academic community. Alright then, Jeremy and I will set to work preparing a presentation at once. Welcome back. Well, what do they have to say? Very good. They have all worked so very hard, it is heartening to see their efforts will be rewarded. The assembly will be held in Aporia and Labyrinthos. I've no doubt they would all be glad for your attendance, so please do stop by if you have the time. Oh, before I forget, the Scholar requested you be treated to a meal at the last stand as thanks for your help. As there's still time before they're set to begin, would you care to go now? Ooh, food! The last stand then. Free food! I hope you don't mind, but I've already ordered for the both of us. The meal was meant to be for you alone, but I'm sure the Scholar will forgive me for partaking in his generosity.
No, we'll just say that I eat for 2. It's fine. I have a ravenous appetite.
It's true. My sister has the diet of a savage. Not but rock-hard bread and wildflowers day in, day out.
So you are related! You two are related!
Forgive the interruption, but have we met? I swear you're the spitting image of one of those intrepid adventurers that visited the moon.
I am the adventurer that visited the moon.
I knew it. The name's Searching Way, by the way. Seeker of knowledge and all things curious. Elaborate. Hi, if you aren't the most adorable creature. Forgive me, but I cannot help but notice how wonderfully fuzzy your ears are. May I? Again with my ears. Honestly, what is it with you people and...
Very well, you may rub my ears, but I must insist on something in exchange.
Well, some of our finest academics will soon be gathering at Aporia. I've no doubt they have curious and otherwise intriguing things to talk about. I see. May I ask the reason for this meeting of minds?
To see who's the smartest in the studio.
Perhaps further explanation is in order.
Nope, it's a contest. Always has been, always will be.
The greatest minds of Aetheris come together to share heretofore unknown knowledge? That really does sound intriguing. And you'd allow me to observe this gathering? You would first need permission from Scholar Monteshang, but... Then what are you waiting for? Where is this Scholar Montitude? If Scholar Monteshang, and please bear in mind there is a chance he may refuse you. Still, I see no harm in asking. If you would go to Learner's Meet, I will have him meet us there. Splendid. Let's hop to it then. Right. Well, I had better go and hold on a moment. I never got to rub his ears.
Again, I'll just stay here and eat. So don't mind me. I'm surprised his name is Searching Way and not Knowing Way.
Ah, Key and Show. What is it you wish to discuss? Searching Way here is very keen to attend the forthcoming meeting you've arranged with the faculty and students. I came to Aetheris in search of the curious and wondrous, and this place has both in equal measure. What's more, it smells of knowledge.
I should certainly hope so.
Charlian is known as a great seat of knowledge, and the studium is the foremost of its many academies. It is our honor and privilege to encourage the scholarly pursuits of students and faculty both, their shared insights giving rise to heretofore unseen disciplines and fields of study. That sounds absolutely fascinating! Oh please, sir, may I attend this academic meeting of yours? By all means, the more the merrier, I say. Thank you, Scholar Monteshang. I will inform the relevant parties of his attendance and see to it he has his clearance to enter Labyrinthos. Thank you, my dear. 'Tis clear Searching Way is a kindred spirit with a passion for learning, and I could not very well deny him the opportunity to sate his curiosity. Thank you, sirs, thank you! We haven't much time until proceedings get underway. Let's get going, shall we? Look at him, he's so excited. Absolutely amazing. I've most certainly come to the right place. I want this as a minion so bad. I want it. And look how cute it is. looks like Neil. It's suspicious. He's so cute. It hurts my heart. I love how they're dressed in the... They're dressed in their wedding stuff. Awesome. Fish! I trust the proceedings were to your liking. Oh, it was magnificent. There's so much we Loperites have yet to see of Atheris, so much to learn. Earlier, you mentioned how they create new disciplines by sharing. Does this mean you plan to have all these people working together in future? I do indeed. That is precisely why I suggested this meeting of minds in the first place. The exchange of knowledge and ideas will invariably lead to ever greater discoveries. But how exactly do you plan to combine their fields? They seem entirely unrelated to me. Any thoughts? Given all you've seen, I imagine you must have an idea or two as to how to further advance their work. They could find a new use for Labyrinthos. They could explore the Sea of Stars. They could explore the great unknowns of the universe! Oh, you've touched on the very heart of learning, my friend. The desire to conquer the unknown is the first step to all great discoveries. And I dare say there is no greater unknown than the great expanse. Well said, Scholar Monteshang. We too have been giving thought as to what our combined efforts might accomplish. It occurred to me that by applying Professor Talaka's research on etheric currents to the data obtained via my star lens, it may be possible to discover other stars capable of supporting life. And we needn't stop there. Thanks to the work done here in Labyrinthos, we know travel to other stars is possible. With sufficient stores of Mervin bread, we could surely weather the journey, however long it may be. A marvelous idea. The Golden Diada should prove useful should we require the translation of foreign languages we may encounter there among the stars. And if we can communicate with those we encounter, then we would be able to share our cultures with them. You can learn that part, you can leave that part to the Professor Tankin and me. Space, the final frontier. With all you working together, your chances of encountering heretofore undiscovered intelligent life is better than good, I'd say. But what would you say if you met them? I'd tell them about what Medium was searching for. Medium, my heart. It hurts. Pain. That's it! Medium was sent out to explore the stars and search for the meaning of life. Sadly, her fruitless quest led her to the very depths of despair. But you could do things differently. You could go and spread the word that hope yet lives on. Wow, who knew? I did not expect it to really tie into MSQ. A most admirable endeavor, and who better than we to see it through? After all, not even the final days could extinguish the flame of life on this star. That was brilliant! Part of me is glad it's finally over, though. Organizing everything was no mean feat. More importantly, I can't believe that your offhand suggestion has effectively created an entirely new academic field. But I suppose if anyone should be taken seriously on the subject of seeking out the unknown, then it is you. It's rather exciting to think I might someday help in the exploration of the stars. At any rate, thank you for everything, Sho. Oh, but wait, where is Searching Way? I still need to rub those adorable little ears of his. Yes! Yes! I got it! The Golden Tiara! Is it a bird? Is it a fish? No! It's a translation device! Yes! Fuck yes! Worth it! Oh, baby! Yes! Hell's fucking yeah! The Golden Tiara. A faithful replica of the artifact being studied by Professor Varusha, this translation device is believed to have been created in the likeness of a catfish. However, none can say why the ancients chose such a whimsical form for it. Something lost in translation, perhaps. Yes! Fuck yes! Oh my god! Yes! I got one! They fucking gave it to me! Yes! Worth it. And on that note, guys, that is it for me tonight. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I will see you guys back here next week for probably some more extreme fight grinding, just because I need the mount still and all that other good stuff. But fuck yes, entirely worth it. I got the Golden Tiara minion. I'm actually so happy. I didn't think they'd give it to me. Fuck yes! I was thinking he was either gonna be like a Loperate, like a wind-up Loperate, or maybe like a like a Blue Jay for Medion. But oh my god, the Golden Tiara, yes! So good. As always though, my name is Shogun Shin, you in the audience, and I'll see you guys next time.